Hello everyone, my name is Amelie. I'm a programmer teacher. This video is a full tutorial of C programming. We will learn together everything you need to know about C programming language. So, let's start. When you start learning to program, the first question that you have to ask yourself, which language should I learn? There are several languages in this world. Which one you should pick as your first language? It's very important to start. But the problem, the language to start with. If you want to create a good career, your first language should be C. Why? There is a lot of reasons. The first reason, C makes you think. So it will be giving you the ability to think how variables, array, they are stored in memory, how you manipulate variables, how you get handle all the corner cases. Also, it's a great way to understand the basic concept of array, the basic concept of structures, of pointers, etc. It's also an opportunity for you to interact with hardware. Also, C will help you to understand the memory management, and it will make you a better programmer. Also, by learning C, you will build a strong foundation of programming. You will be a good programmer. So, also, something very important here that I have to add, C programming is simple. So, when we start something new, we have to start from simple things. So now, to communicate with machine, we have to learn their language. For example, here, if you want to communicate with different people from different countries, you have to know their language. It's the same thing here. To communicate with machines, with your computer, you have to learn the machine language. The machine language, as you know, it's just formed by 0 and 1. Like, for example, if you just want to say hello to the computer, you have to write all this combination of 0 and 1, which is not something simple, because imagine if you want to say hello, how are you, where are you from, etc. You have to write like 100, 1 and 0, which is not something simple for us to learn. So, the idea of programming language is we will write in our language, in C or C++ or Java, etc. programming, and the machine will convert this programming language in the machine code, in 0 and 1. So, those languages, we call those languages that we will use by the programming high-level language. Why we call them high-level language? Because you can write in English, something that we can learn very fast. They are high-level language. So C is a structured programming language. Why do we call C structured programming language? Because it's language that will be done step by step. Okay? It's considered high programming language because it's allow the programmer to concentrate on the problem and do not worry about the machine if it will understand this language or not. So we will write our language, the C language, in English, and the machine will do the job of converting this language in machine language. C language consists of some character set. There are numbers, some special symbols. The character set of C consists of all alphabets in English. Our English alphabet from A to Z, uppercase or lowercase, some numbers, and some symbols. We will see together step by step what are those symbols. So, for this introduction, we just give the reason why do we have to start with C and what we are going to learn with C. Now, we will go to the second video and we will install together the dev C++, Google, and write download dev C++. So we will choose the first link, dev C download, and we will click on download. So the installation of this program of dev C, it's like that. So this program can be used for C and C++. That's why it's called dev C C++. So the installation has been started. It can be used in Mac or in on Windows system. So let's select the language. You can select the language that you want. Let's select English. Okay. After I agree, all those details must be checked, and just the last one we don't check it. And after we do install. So the installation, it's really very easy. You will just do next, and install. That's it. Okay, we finished with the installation. We can click here to finish. After, let's open Dev C++. Okay, it's already opened here. Okay. Dev C++, it's here. So it's very simple here. How we will use, we have this interface. Here we have file. If we want to create a new project, we have new source file. If you have a project that you want to open, you will just click to open. There are some additional options. You will be using it step by step. So the first thing here, we will create a new project, new source file. After creating this source file, the first thing that you have to do is to save it. Okay, so save it. I will save it, for example, in my desktop. The first thing that you have to change here, it's very important, because as I said, it's working for C and C++. The first thing you have to choose C source file. Automatically the extension will be .c. So all our files that you will be using .c. Okay, extension. For example, here, first program .c. Okay, this is my program. Now it's ready. I can use it. That's it for this video. In next video we will be starting coding. So see you in next video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video we will be learning about how to create the basic structure of a C program. So let's start together. The first thing, as you remember, in the last video we already installed Dev C++. So let's go and open our program Dev C++, create a new page in which we will try to show you the basic structure of C programming. So we have here file, new file, source file. The first thing, as we said in the last video, you have the first thing to not forget to register to save as your page. So we have here save as. After, we have to change the extension because we are using C, not C++, and we will give the name, for example, example1, and we will register it, for example, in desktop or wherever you want. So the first thing that we have to write here, we have include studio.h. So let's write the program together, and after I will explain line by line this program. Okay, so we have include studio.h. After we have int main, we open parentheses, and we have here printf hello from, for example, Europe. Okay, this is the basic structure of a C program. Each time you will create a program, you want to create a program or a project or whatever, you have to start by writing this basic structure. Okay, but what does it mean, this structure? The first thing here, we have include studio.h. Okay, so include studio.h is a header file. It's the file that we have to write on the top of the program. It's the statement which tells the computer to insert the content of a studio at that particular place. So include, as the word in English mean, to include is to add in this plane of code the content in what we have inside studio.h in this place. What is this studio.h? It's a library. Okay, for now it's a library in which we have a lot of codes. Step by step we will learn in the next video what do we mean exactly by this library. Okay, so you have just to keep in your mind in this stage that it's a header file, a statement which tells the computer to insert what we have inside this library in this step. Okay, just keep in your mind it's like a dictionary. Okay, we are including studio.h, we are including a dictionary in this place. Okay, so here the second line, int main. Int main, this is the start of the program. It's the start, we are launching the start of the program by this. So we are telling the computer your program has been started from here. We include our library here, but the real program will start from here. Okay, we will see in the next video also what do we mean by int, etc. But now in this step, just you have to keep in your mind this is the library that we include in this step, and here this is the start of the program. The start of the program starts by parenthesis and ends by closing the parenthesis. Also, it's a must in this structure. After starting the program, I repeat, you have to open parenthesis and you have to close this parenthesis. Okay? Now, if we want to write something on the screen, we have to use this keyword printf. In the first video, we already explained that C programming, it's a lot of words in English. Here, for example, we have hello from Europe. It's in English, okay? Include, it's English. But here there is some special words. For example, here printf, it's not English. For example, int, it's not English. It's something special for C. But how the computer will understand that? The answer is with studio.h. As we said, what do we have to find in this studio.h? All the words that the computer don't understand. It's like a dictionary. For example, English dictionary. If you will go and talk to a person, for example, in French, you have to go, and you don't know French, you have to keep with you a dictionary. This person will, for example, tell you a word in French. You will look in your dictionary, find this word, and according to that, answer this person. It's the same thing. Here, when the computer will find this word, the computer don't know what is the meaning of this word, printf, so it will go to the dictionary that we include in the header here, studio, look for this word, printf. Definitely we have the meaning of this word printf in this dictionary. The computer will understand, will find this word, will understand it, and will answer as according to these sentences, okay? So now, we're at the program. Now, let's execute this program. What do we mean by the word execute? So, we are writing program, we are waiting for result. So, the first thing that we have to see the result of this program. How can we see the result of the program? We have here execute, compile and run. So we will click to execute, compile and run, and we will be waiting for the result. The dev.c will give us the result. So our result, you can see here on the screen, hello from Europe. So the output, the result of this program, it's hello from Europe. Why? Because we just ask the computer to come and to write on the screen these sentences. Okay? Printf, that means write me on the screen. What the computer will write on the screen? Hello from Europe. I hope it's clear for everybody. Now, if I want to write something else, for example, my first program. I want to write on the screen the sentences, so I have to come here and change what I have between parentheses. And the sentences here must be finished with semicolon. Do not forget that. If we forget the semicolon, we will get an error. we execute here, we change the sentences, so we have here the result, my first program. Okay, if for example here I will delete the semicolon, the execution will give me error here. You can see here expected semicolon before bracket, and it will give me the line here in the line 7. Expected, the computer, the program is expected semicolon before parenthesis. So before here is expected semicolon. So we have here execute, compile my first program. Okay. So that's it for this video. I hope it's clear for everybody. So in the next video we will start by details, by programming with details in C, and we will start by variables. Thank you for listening. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video we will be learning about variables. So what is variable, how to create it, how to store data into variable, and how to use those variables later in a program. So let's get started together. So what is variables? In programming, a variable is a container. It's an area of storage to hold data. To indicate the storage area, each variable should be given a unique name. So we have to give a name to our storage area. In another word, we have to give a name to our data. Variables' names are just the symbolic representation of a memory location. For example, let's open our dev.c. Sure, we will create a new file. Before starting, we have to save as, choose C, and we will example 2, for example. Let's close this. Close. So here we will create our first data. Okay, so for example here we have int number and semicolon. Here our variable name is number, the name to store this data is number. This int we will see it in the next video with details, but for the moment I can say that the type of this data is a number. It will be a number, not a character or not a symbol. It will be the number. Okay. Here, let me create. I will explain to you exactly how we are going to store in the memory those data. So here, the memory in the computer is like a table. Okay. So we have here. We insert. This is our table. Here we have type. This is now I'm showing you the memory in the computer. Okay, the type, the name, and we have here the value. Okay. Here, when we create a variable in C, we create int number. So this variable that we created will have location in the memory of the computer. What is the type of our data? It's int, integer. We will see, I said again, with details in next video. Int. What is the name of our variable? It's number. But the value is still free because we didn't give yet the value of this variable. Okay. Now, if we will give the value to this variable, how we will assign a value to this variable? We will just write number is equal, for example, to 30, and we don't forget the semicolon. Okay, so here when I write like that, numbers equal to 30, in the memory the value will be 30. So here this is our variable. We create our variable. The name of our variable is number. The type is int. After here we assign a value, we give a value to our variable. For example, here numbers equal to 13, or you can give here numbers equal to 40. If you change here, the data also will change in the memory location. So this one must be 14. Now, here we use two lines to create variable and to assign a value to the variable. There is another method. We can do it in the same line. For example, here we have int number is equal to 40. Both are true. So the choice is yours. You can use to create a variable and assign a value in two lines or in just one line. But for sure, it's very faster to create it in one line. Okay. So this one, I repeat again. Here we have our variables. We assign a value in the second line. We assign a value to our variable. Here we have just one line. We create our variable. We give the type of the variable, and here we give the value to our variable. Okay. Now, as we said last video, as we already explained it in the last video, there is a basic structure of C program. So the first thing before creating variables, those variables must be inside the program C. So the first thing that you have to do, you have to write the basic structure of a program. If you don't understand this include a studio, please go and check the previous video. We explained it already. We have here int main, so here this is the basic structure of our C program. Now here we can create our variable. Here we create int, we will use just one line, number it's equal to 40. This is my program. Okay. Now, if I will execute here, if we will execute this program, we will go to execute, compile and run. Here we have an error. Here there is a point, but I have to delete. Sorry, it's .h, studio.h. Here we have nothing. We have nothing on this screen. Why? Because we just create our variable. We give the value to the variable, but we didn't tell the computer to print out the variable. So we have to add some code. If we want the computer to do for us something, we have to tell it by coding. So here we just tell the computer, go to the memory, create a variable, name it number, the type it's int, the value is 40. So that's it. That's why we don't have nothing on the screen. Now, if we want to tell the computer print this value on the screen, we have to write some code. But first, let's print some text on the screen. Printf, just to remember you about the program that we wrote in last video. So we have here printf, for example, C. My first program in C, for example. We have here my first as output result, we have my first program in C. We have to correct this program. We execute again, compile and run. My first program in C as output. How the execution is done in the computer? The computer will start reading line by line in order. So when I will do execute, compile and run, the computer will come to this program, will read the program line by line. It will read the first one. So it's in including library, so nothing to show on the screen. Here also int main, we are telling the computer this is the start of the program. After this line, the computer will go to the memory, will create a variable named number, the type integer, int, and the value is 40. After, the computer will read the sentences, printf my first program in C, so it will come and give us as output my first program. Now, we want the computer to write us this value, the value of number. So, how we are going to do? For sure, to write something on the screen, we have to use printf. So the syntax, it's like that. There is a syntax. What do we mean by the word syntax? The rules That means the rules that we have to follow to write on the screen. So we have here printf %d, and we have number. So this is the syntax that we have to follow. This is the syntax that we have to follow to write the value of the variable number. What do we mean by %d? That means go to this number and give me the value inside this variable. And d, we use d when it's a number, when it's integer, when it's not, for example, character or a symbol or something else. Also, we will see this with details in next video. Now let me try to execute. We have here 40. As you can see here, we show the value inside the variable. So we use printf %d number. Okay. Now if I will write like that. Printf. If I will not use %d, I will write just number. The output of this, for sure, it will be the text inside this parenthesis. So it will write to me just number, not the value inside the variable number. Okay. But for us, we want the value inside the variable number. That's why we have to use %d. %d, that means give me the value inside this name. Okay, so the value inside this number here is 40. Okay. Now, for example, we want to write the value inside this number is 14. We want to write a whole sentences. So what do we have to do here? You will come here before the %d, the value of the value inside, for example, the variable number is like that. You leave the %d, and after we have number. Okay, so you can add whatever you want, as much as you want sentences, but you don't have to forget %d. So here we have the value inside the variable number is 40. Okay, for example, here if I will write 30, I will change. It will be the value inside the variable number is 30. Okay. So this is how we can write the, or we can show, or we can print the value inside a variable. Now, we will go to see how we can change the value of this variable. For example, here, in the first step, I wrote int numbers equal to 30. I print the value. Now I want to change the value of this variable. So it's so simple also. It's not complicated. We come here, number. I will not write again int. We cannot write again here int because the computer already know that this variable is the type of this variable, it's int. Okay, so it will come here, number, it's equal, for example, to 20. Okay, let's execute. When we execute this program, we have the value inside the variable number is 30. Why? Because here, the initial value numbers equal to 30, we print the result after we change the value inside the number, but we didn't print again this number. After changing, to show this change, we have to print it. So what do we have to do? We will just copy this. The value inside the variable number, or let's write the new value. The new value inside the variable number is number. Now, we will get as a result the new value of our variable. We can see here the value inside the variable number is 13. After, the new value inside the variable number is 20. So here, what we learned here, how to change the value of a variable, and we have to print again the value to show the result. Okay. Now here, as a result, we have two lines, the value inside the variable number and the new value inside the variable number on the same line. So what we can do here, we have to tell the computer, please write them in different line. So how to tell that? /n. Okay, we have slash n, the new value inside the variable number is. Okay, this slash n is to tell the computer to go to new line. As you can see here, we have now two different lines. Now, we will pass to another thing with variables. How we will see how to assign variable to another variable. Okay. Here we have number, for example. I will change the, or let me write like that. I will create another variable, int number 2, for example. It's equal to, for example, it's equal to 10. Okay. Now, inside the memory location, we have here int number, the name of the variable, it's number. The value, it's 30, because 20, sorry, we change it. So in the first case, it was 30. Let me explain it again. It was 30. After we change this value to 20, we change it to 20. When I change in the program, for sure, in the memory also the value of this number will be changed. Okay. Here I create another variable, int number 2 is equal to 10. So in the memory we will have int. The name is number 2 and the value is 10. Okay. This is the result of my program. Here, when I will compile and run, also I will get the same result because I didn't write the value of the second variable. I have just the value of number before changing and I have the value of the variable after changing. Okay. Now, if I want to see the value of this number 2, we'll just write printf. Printf, the value inside the variable number 1 is %d and I have to give the name of the variable. Okay, it's number 2. Sorry, it's number 2. Let me execute. We have here 3 lines. So I have the value inside the variable number is 30. The new value inside the variable number is 20 after changing. And now the value inside the variable number 2 is 10. Okay. Now, let me assign the value of number 1 to number 2. So, here we have number 2, it's equal to number. This is how to assign the value of a variable to another variable. Here, for example, I choose to assign or to give the value of number to number 2. Okay? So, what will be here the result? Let's see on the table. We will give the value of number. What is the value of number? It's 20. We will give it to number 2. So number 2 will be 20. Okay? Now we have to print, we have to display or we have to show the new value of number 2. The new value inside the variable number 2 is number 2. Okay? We execute. We have here 20. You can see here on the table, it's 20 and 20. Okay? The value of number 2, it's 20. Why? Because we give the value of number to number 2. Okay? This is how to assign a variable to another variable. Okay? Now, we can do the declaration of multiple variables in the same time. Here what we did, we have int number, it's equal to 30, and here we have int number 2. This is the declaration. This is what we call variable declaration. To declare a variable, that means to introduce this variable to the computer. Before using a variable, we have to introduce to the computer this variable. It's like telling the computer, this is my variable. For example, when we go to a meeting or something, the first thing you will introduce yourself. It's the same thing here. Before using a variable, the variable must introduce herself to the computer. So here we can use multiple declaration, multiple introducing. Here, for example, instead of writing int number and int number 2, I will do comma number 2. Okay, it's number 2, and I don't have to here, I don't have to declare it. I will just give the variable values. Okay, here the declaration, I did multiple declaration. I can declare it as much as I want. For example, number 3, number 4, as much as I want. Int number 2, number 3, number 4. After, if I want to give the value to a variable, I will just call this variable by its name. Number is equal to 20, for example. Okay. Now, there is something also new, the name of the variables. You are free to choose the name of the variable as much as you want. Okay, there is some restriction, I will show it, but for example here, you can just give a letter. Here, for example, I will do int A, or int B, or int AB. Okay, the most important thing, if you use the name like AB, you have to call this variable by its name AB. Okay, you have to respect this rule. But there is some programming rules. It's not rules, but it's convention, like convention, that you have to choose the variable name descriptive variable, because if I will write A, B, C, it's not expressive. There is no meaning to give to a variable the name of A. But when I will give a name like number 1, number 2, character 1, character 2, it's clear that I will use that inside this variable there is a number. If I will write character 1, it's clear inside this variable will be a character. When I will write symbol 1, it's clear also that inside the symbol it will be a symbol, not a number. So when you choose your variable name, you have to choose something descriptive, something that will help you. Okay, but there is some rules here. For example, we cannot choose this name, for example, int variable space 1. No, the space are not accepted. It can be like that, int variable 1 without space. Here, for example, I cannot do int number 2 with space. The space are not accepted as name. Okay, after, we cannot start the variable name with a number. We cannot do like that, int 1 number, for example. No, it must be number 1. The first letter of the variable name must be a letter, not a number or symbol or character or something else. Okay, it must be a letter. And last thing, there is some words that you cannot use them as keyword. Okay, for example, here there is a list of keywords in C. We will show it in the other video, sorry, that you cannot use. For example, I cannot do start, int start. I cannot give the name start to my variable. Why? Because those names, they are the keywords used in C. They are special for C. Okay, we cannot use those variables. For example, we cannot give end. We cannot if. Okay, there is a lot of, or for example, main. Here, this main. This is the main. It's keyword for C. It's a keyword used for C. It's not something for us that we can use. Okay, it's something for C. That's why we cannot use this word. There is a list of those keywords. We will see them step by step in the other video. I hope everything is clear. If you have any question, please, you can let me on a comment or a question. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will be learning about data type in C. More specifically, we will learn about different types of data variable, how to use them, which type to use. So let's get started. So data type determines two things. The first thing, the data type, the type of the data. The second thing, the size of a variable. So let's open our dev. We will be starting by the first program. Source file. The first thing, as we said, that we have to register our example. We change the extension to C. For example, we can write variable 1. The first thing that we have to do here is to write the basic structure of program C, like we learned in the previous video. Include studio.h int main. We open our bracket. So the first data type that we will learn is integer. Okay. Integer are whole numbers that can have both 0, positive and negative value, but not decimal value. For example, 0, -5, 10, etc. Let's declare the first variable, int, for example, age. This is our variable. The variable name is age. The type is integer. This is the first variable type that we will learn. Now we will affect a value. We will give a value to our variable. For example, it's equal to 22. To print this data as output, we have to call the function printf. If you don't understand this, you have to go back to the previous video in which we explain the structure of the basic program in C, printf, variables, etc. Let's execute. So here, as a result, we have 22. Let's add something. The age or the value inside the variable age is, to be more clear, so we have here the value inside the variable age is 22. Okay, this is the first type that we learned. Integer, it's for numbers. For example, negative or positive number. For example, let's take another value. For example, int temperature, and temperature is equal to -10, for example. Here we will printf the value inside the variable temperature is temperature. So you can see here the value inside the variable age is 22. The value inside the variable temperature is -10. Let's here add /n to go to new line. So we have here the value inside the variable age is 22. The value inside the variable temperature is -10. So I repeat again, the type integer is used for numbers, negative or positive numbers, okay? And the size of integer is always 4 bytes. So the size of the integer, if you have a variable like for example age or temperature with the type integer, the size of this variable in the memory location is 4 bytes. Okay. Now let's go to the second type. The second type that we have is float. So float, let's open a new file, register the file, change the extension, variable 2. We will just copy this program. We need the basic structure. We are going to take the basic structure. Don't forget to register. Now the second type that we are learning now is float. Float and double. We are going to learn float and double. Float and double are used to hold real number. In C, floating point number can also be represented in exponential, for example. But let's start with float. Float, salary, and double, price. Okay. Here, salary it's equal to 2,525, and here we have price, it's equal to 100, for example. Let's printf the values, our variables. The value of salary is %f salary. Let's try this example. We have here a problem and declared it. So here, double price yes, we are expecting here semicolon. Here you can see the value of the salary is 25. This is the float number. Now, let's write the second. We are going to use %d also for price. Sorry, here it's LF. Here we have the value of salary, and this is our result. So the only difference between, let me add here, the only difference between the float and the double is that the float is written with 4 bytes, but for the double is written with 8 bytes in the memory location. So if you have a variable with decimal, so you have to use float. If you have big numbers, you have to use double. If you have to show a big number like more than 6 or 7 characters, you have to use double. Okay, this is the only difference between float and double. So to repeat here, we have integer for positive or negative small numbers. We have float for a decimal number, like salary, like percentage or something like that. For double, we have for the big numbers. Yeah, general, we are using too much integer and float. After float and number, after float and double, now we are going to use char. We have char as new data type. Register this example. We have here, save as, change the extension, variable 3, for example. We copy the basic structure of the C programming. Character. The third type here is character. It's used to use character like letter or like uppercase, lowercase, or like symbols. So we use char as type, as our third type to declare characters. So it's char, the type is char. Name, for example, the name of my variable will be name, equal to, for the character, it must be between brackets, so we have set, for example. Now we will printf %c. For the character, it must be %c, and we have here name. We execute here, we have Z. You can see here the letter Z. Okay, so to use character or to use symbols, we have to use the data type character. this is for this lesson of data type. So I will repeat again. We have the basic data type that we are using too much. Integer is using for positive or negative numbers. We have the second float if we have decimal number. We have double if you have big numbers, and we have character if you have letter or symbols. Thank you so much for listening to this lesson. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you have any question, please write on comment or send me by email. Thank you so much, and see you in next video. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will be learning about input-output in C programming. It's a very important lesson, so please be careful. Let's start with C output. So, as usual, let's open our dev. Let's register our new page in output, input, output, for example, or output. And for sure, don't forget to change the extension to C, output.c. The first thing, we have to write the structure of our basic program. In each video, we are repeating this thing to get used to it. studio.h, int main. So in programming, printf is one of the main output functions. So to do output on the screen, we have to use the printf function. This function sends formatted output to the screen. For example, let's just send sentences on our screen. For example, printf hello from coding academy, for example. Let's execute our program, compile and run. As a result, we have hello from the Coding Academy. So what we did in this program, we just write on our screen the sentences. This is the output of this program. Okay, so to get an output, we have to use the function printf. And how does this program work exactly? The first thing here, all valid C programs must contain the main function. The code execution begins from the start of the main function. So this main function is very important. Without this main, we cannot use C programming. The first thing, you have to include this main function to say to the computer, to inform the computer that our program has been started. The second thing, the printf. This is the printf library. It's a library function to send formatted output to the screen. This function prints the string inside quotation. Okay, so it will write what do we have inside those two quotation. Okay. To use printf in our program, as we already said in the previous video, this word is not known by our computer. So we have to add a dictionary to this computer to tell him what is exactly this printf. The dictionary here is our library, include studio.h. Okay, so to use printf in our program, we need to include studio.h header file using the include studio statement. For example, now let's write here. We will write on the screen an integer, int. So the first thing, we have to declare our integer. For example, int age is equal to 5. Now we will write on the screen the age. So we have printf %d, or let's write age 2 point %d, comma, and here, sorry, we have to write age. Okay, the name of our variable. Now we will get the value inside the age. So we are asking the C compile, please write as output age 2 point, and after the value of this variable age. So let's execute. we have here as result age 2 points, and the value inside the age is 5. So we use %d format specifier to print the int type. If it's float or double, we have to change this %d. So here, the %d inside the quotation will be replaced by the value of this variable. Now, let's see how to write as output float or double. We will write, for example, float number 1. Each time I'm changing the name of the variable to show you the different possible variable name that you can use. Okay, we have here double number 2. We can use here the declaration, and we can give the value to this variable, for example 30.5, and number here we have, let's take the same value to see exactly the difference between float and double. Now what do we have to do? We have to print those results on the screen. So we have number 1 it's equal to, what is the type of this number 1? It's float, so we have to write %f. After, let's add /n to get to a new line. Here we will add the name of the variable. Let me copy this, and you will change just some the variable name, number 2. The type of number 2 is double, so it's LF, and here it's number 2. Let's execute together. We have here number 1, this is the result, and number 2. As you can see here, exactly there is no difference between the float and double, just in the memory location. The number 1, the float, will take 4 bytes, but the double will take 8 bytes. So it's up to you. You can use float or double, okay? So this is the output, how to do output for float and double. Now, let's see how to do the output for character. Here, we will declare our char, for example, ch is equal to a, for example. And we will print this character, printf character. We have character, so it must be %c ch. The name of our variable is ch. Let's execute. We have here character is equal to a. So the result of this program, the result that this program gave us, it's character and ch. Now, we will see after finishing the output, now we will see how to do input to the computer. We are going to give some input to the computer. So, let me create a new file. We register the file, as always. We change the extension. This is input. Let's take the base extractor. What do we mean exactly by input? In C programming, there is another special function. Scanf is one of the commonly used functions to take input from the user. The scanf function reads formatted input from the standard input, such as keyboard. So we are going to ask the user to get the input, and after we will show it as output. It's very simple. We have here integer. We are going to use integer number 1. Now we are not going to ask to give the value here of the number 1, but we are going to ask the user to give it. So what do we have to do? Printf. We have to tell the user what what he has to do. For example, here, enter the value, or please enter the value of the variable number. So here we ask the user to give the value of the variable number. Let me execute. We will just get, please enter the value of the variable number. Now we need this value. So we are going to use scanf %d and address. We have to add address and we give the name of the variable in which we want to write. So this scanf, it's exactly like printf working with this library studio.h. So to use scanf, we have to include studio.h. This is the first thing. The second thing, we ask the user to give the value of number 1. So then this value is %d, it's integer. We give the value of number 1. So when we will enter a value, when the user will enter a value, this value, the entered value, will be registered in the address of this variable. If I write like that, it's an error. Why? Because I have to tell the computer where this value exactly will be written. So it must be written in the address of number 1. Now let's execute and see. We have here, please enter the value of the variable number. Please enter the value of the variable number. Here you can see the compiler is waiting for you to give a value. For example, I give 20. Now, in the memory, the value inside number 1 is 20. Okay, so don't forget please this address. When you use scanf, always you have to add address to tell the compiler where we are going to write this value. Now let's see this value. %d number 1. We can write here the value of number 1 is here. Yeah, the comma must be outside of the parenthesis, not inside. So we have here the execution of the program is line by line. The computer will read this line, it will create on the memory int number 1. After it will read this line, what is the output of this line? We have on the screen, please enter the value of the number. So for example 20. After, it will register by using scanf this value inside the number 1. If you want to see the value inside this value, we have to print it. So we use printf. The value of number 1 is 20. So, two things that you have to keep in your mind. Printf is to give output and scanf is to take input from user. So, here we have, I will explain again, we have used %d format specifier inside the scanf function to take int input from the user. Okay? When the user enters the integer, it will be stored inside the number. Now, we will see how to take from the user the second type, float and double. Here we have float, for example, M1, and we have double, M2. Now, we did the declaration. We will ask the user to enter the value. Please enter, or please enter the value of M1. After scanf, the type, what is the type here? It's float, so it must be F. And here we have address Don't forget the address of number 1. Let's finish for the first. We will copy it. We will take the second. Please enter the value of number 2. The second value is double, so this one must be LF and address number 2. After taking the value from the user, now we have to print to see exactly what we have inside the number 1 and number 2. So we will do printf number 1 is equal to %f. Let's do /n to write in this new line, and we have number 1. Yeah, let's copy it. For sure we will make some change. Printf number 2, the type is double, so it must be LF. We don't need /n, and here number 2. Let's execute, compile and run. Here we forgot the quotation. Execute. Enter the value of number 1, for example, it's 5. Enter the value of number 2, it's 6. And now we can see here 5 and 6. Okay? Now we will see how to take input for the character. So we will create our character, *ch, for example. Printf. We ask the user to give the value of this character. Please enter the value of ch. You can write the message that you want here. And scanf %c. Don't forget the quotation. %c address ch. After taking this value from user, now we have to write the value to see what we have exactly inside this value. So the value of ch is %c, and we have ch. Compile and run. So we have, please enter a value, for example, A. The value of ch is A. Now, there is another thing that I want to show you, is the multiple value. For example, if I have 2 value here, 2 value or 2 character to enter, I don't have to do it in different line. For example, I have here ch, and or let's start with integer, and after we will come to the character. For example, here int a, int, or let's take it different. For example, float b. Printf, enter the value of a and b. We will use just one scanf. It's up to you. You can use 2 scanf, different scanf separately, or you can just use 1. So we have scanf, we have %d for the first variable. Our first variable is a, it's integer, so we have to add %d. Our second value, it's %b, it's a float, so %f, and after, without space, be careful here, there is no space, and after we have address of A, comma, address of B. Now scanf, you enter it %d and %f of A and B. Let's execute. Let's enter the value of A and B. For example, the first is an integer, it's 2. The second, it's 5.5. Here there is a mistake. Let's see together what is our mistake. We have here int a, float b, printf. We have entered the value of a and b. We took multiple value, %f, %d, %f, address of a, address of b. Here the mistake is I wrote scanf. Here we have to write printf. It's very important those errors, because we are also learning from errors. So we have here enter the value of a. The first one is integer 2. The second one 5.5. You can see here you enter 2 and 5.5. You can here add as variable as much as you want. For example, c, a, comma, c. Enter the value of a, b, and c. Here it must be in order. The first one is a, so %d. The second one is b, float. The third one is c, so I have to add here %d. Address of a, address of b, and I have address of c. You entered %d, %f, and %d, a, b, c. So let's enter the first one a, 4, the second one 5.5, the third one 74. So you entered 4, 5.5, 74. You can write as much as you want. Now, as you can see from the above example that we did, we use %d for integer, %f for float, %lf for double, and %c for char. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any question, please write me on comment, and don't forget to subscribe to get notified for the next video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will be learning about command in C programming, how, when to use this command, why to use this command, and why those commands are very important. So let's start with the first example. Let's open a new file in dev C++. The first thing that we have to do, we have to register it. Let's change the name and the extension. For example, command1. So let's write the structure, the basic structure of our C programming. Int main, the start of the program. This is our program. So the first thing, we will create two variables, and we will ask the user to get the value of those variables. For example, here we have int number 1 and int number 2. Now printf please enter the value of number 1. Scanf %d, and we have address number 1, we will copy this code for the number 2. Printf, enter the value of number 2 and address number 2. After giving the number, we have to write printf to read the value of number 1 is %d number 1. We copy this line, printf the value of number 2 is number 2. Let's execute this code to see if we have problem or not. Okay, please enter the first number, for example 20, the second number 30. The value of the first number is 20. The value of the second number is 30. We just need here to add /n to get new line when we execute. Now, here I will add something that we call comment. The comment, it starts with double slash. For example, this program is to enter values from user, for example. Let me execute here. Please enter number 1, 20, 30. The value of number 1 is 20. The value of number 2 is 30. As you can see here, nothing changed. I just add this comment, not for the program, but for me. So the comment is something that you will add it to take note. Like for example, in class, for example, you have listen, and if the teacher says something interesting, you take note and you write it in your book or in your notebook. It's the same thing. Comment is to write note for us to not forget it. For example, here, I will write here a comment. For example, printf. I can forget what is printf and scanf. I can write a comment here to remember when I will forget what is printf and scanf. For example, I will write printf is used to get output on the screen. Here I will write another comment. Scanf is used to take values from user. So I can write the number that I want of comment. There is no limit of comment, okay? You have just to add double slash, you will add a comment. For example, here, let me show you again. I will execute and nothing changed because the computer will not read that. The computer, the compiler C or the program C will not read this line. So it will come here, it will find it's a comment, it will say it's not for me, this is for the user, it will pass to this line. It will come here, it will write this line, okay, it will come here, it's a comment, it will jump to this line, okay. So it's something just for user, to remember something, okay. Now, also, we can use a comment just to delete, for example, a part of code. For example, here I wrote int number 1, int number 2, printf, please enter the value of number 1. I took the number 1, and after I repeat again, printf at the number 2, and I show, okay? Now, for example, I don't want to show the value of number 1 and number 2. What I have to do, I will put the code as comment. Now, the compiler will come, will execute this one, will execute this line, scanf the first number, printf and scanf the second number, but it will jump those code. Let's try it. For example, here 20, 30. We don't have the value of number 1 and number 2 on the screen. Why? Because we took those lines as comment. Now, there is another thing in comment. We can, for example, I want this line comment and I want both of line comment. For example, I want those line as comment. There is multiple line comment. Multiple line comment, it will start slash asterisk and it will finish asterisk slash. That means I don't have to put double slash behind each line, but I will just add slash asterisk when it starts, and when the comment will finish, I will close by asterisk slash. Okay, now when I will execute, it will be, please enter the value of number 1. Just that, because I just have this code. All the other codes, they are in comment. For example, I want the comment from this line, like that, and it's finished here. Let's execute. Here must be a comment also. enter the value 20. That's it. We enter the value here, scanf the value, and the program finished because the rest of the code was taken as comment. This comment, you have to keep in your mind that this comment is very important for programming when you will start to big program or project. For example, a project, you will do a project, for example, in 3 months. And the project, there is 1,000 of line of code. So maybe you will forget, not maybe, sure you will forget, for example, what I mean by this variable. Why did I use this variable here? So if I will write comment here, for example, this variable is for number of person in a company, for example. So I use this number 1 for number of person in the company. After, when I will come after 2 months or 3 months, when I read this comment, I will understand what is this number 1 and what is this number 2. Thank you so much. I hope you understand the comment lesson. Thank you for listening and see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn about different operators in C programming with the help of different examples for sure. So what is an operator? It's a symbol that operates on a value or variables. For example, we have addition is an operator to perform addition. So an arithmetic operator performs mathematical operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, etc. So let's start the first example on our dev C++, and you will see what is the different arithmetic operators used in C. So the first thing, let's include the basic structure of C program. Int main, here we will use 3 variables. Int a, for example, is equal to 8 or equal to 9. B is equal to 4, and C. C is equal a plus b. Now we will print the result of C equal to a plus b. So printf a plus b is equal to the person D, and we have here, we will add /n to get new line, and after we will write C, the value of C. Here we will copy those 2 lines and you will see the result of C is equal to a minus b. Here we will just change the sign. We will copy now the result to C, the multiplication, we will see the division, a divided by b is equal to C, and now we will copy it again to see the remind. Here it's no operation that we will discover together. Here C is equal I remind by B. So the reminder when we will divide A by B will be registered in C. This is how we can get the reminder of 2 variables. This is what we call mode or mode in C language. Let's execute the program and see the result. As you can see here, the first result of the printf a plus b is equal to 13, a minus b is equal to 5, a multiplied by b is 36, a divided by b is 2, and a mod b is equal to 1. So the reminder when we will divide a by b is equal to 1. So here the operators plus, minus, and multiplied compute addition, subtraction, and multiplication respectively. In normal calculation, when we will divide a by b, 9 by 4, it's 2.25. But here the result is 2. We got the result, as you can see here. A divided by b, it's 2. Why? Because the type of a and b, they are integer, not float. If you will use here float, the result will change. Yeah, for sure we have to take this in comment, because we cannot use the remainder with float. It's just with integer. That's why we got an error. Yes, here f, we have to change f. Yeah, I changed the type of the variable, it's float, so I have to change the %d to %f. So here, as you can see, all the results change. A plus b, we got the result with point decimal, yani a minus b, a multiplied by b, and when I divide a by b, it's 2.25. Why? Because I used float. I will explain again the remainder. This remainder operation cannot be used with float. It just can be used with integer. That's why I got error when I changed the c and a and b to float. We call it the remainder or the modulo. So the modulo operator computes the remainder. When a is equal to 9 is divided by b is equal to 4, the remainder is 1. Okay? Now, the second example, let's create a new file. Copy this code. From this code, we will just take the basic structure. So we have here save as. I think we are used now to those kind of steps. And let me delete the code. Now we will pass to the C increment and decrement operator. So C programming has two operators, increment plus plus and decrement minus minus, to change the value of an operand by 1. So increment, it's increase the value by 1, but decrement, it decrease the value by 1. Let's take an example to be clear. So we have here int a, for example, is equal to 50, b equal to 100, for example. Float c is equal to 1.5 and d equal, for example, 0.5. Now printf, let's print the value. Let's start with the increment. The increment, how we write the increment here in the C. The value of a after incrementation, vector increment, is %d plus a. So when we write here, let me write a comment here to explain to you. Plus a, it's like we wrote a, it's equal a plus 1. So it's up to you. You can use a, for example, if you need to increment the value of a, you can write a is equal to a plus 1, or you can just write plus a. It's the same, just syntax difference. Now let's write the decrement. The value of b after decrement is %d. We will write minus b. So let me write a comment here to explain. So minus b, it's like b is equal to b minus 1. It's the same. Now let's let me add here a slash n to get each result in different line. Slash n. Let me copy this and do another increment example. The value of c after increment is plus plus c, and the value of d, I will do the decrementation in c. The value of d after decrement is minus minus d. Let me execute. As you can see here, we have the value of a, it's 50 after increment plus plus a, the value is 51. Here the value of b, it's 100 after decrement, the value of b became 99. Here, yes, here we have a mistake. The value of c after increment is 0. The value of d after increment is 0. Here we have the mistake. What is the mistake here? We have float value, so it must be %f. It's very interesting to do errors while doing some example to learn from these errors, to not forget in next time. So we can see here the value of c after increment is, the value of c it's 1.5, now it's 2.5. The value of d it's 99.5. Okay. So here the operators plus plus and minus minus are used as prefix. Okay, so before prefix, what do you mean by prefix? Before the variable name. Okay, now we will pass to another part of this lesson, C assignment operators. Let me open a new file. Sorry, register. Operators 3. I will copy the code just to work time. We have here the assignment. An assignment operator is used for assigning a value to a variable. The most common assignment operator is equal. Okay, so let's do an example. We already used this in the previous example, but now we will use it with detail. A is equal to 5 and C is equal to A. So here, let me add a comment. We assigned the value of A to C. So here, C doesn't have a value, but here we give the value of A to C. So here, C will be equal to 5. When we will execute, we will have C equal to 5. C plus is equal to A. So here we need to write first the value of C, the first one, printf C is equal to %d /n comma and C. Here printf also we will print the value of C. This is the first example. Here what we did, C plus is equal to A. It's like writing C is equal to C plus A. So we have the value of C, it's 5, the value of A is 5, so the result must be C must be equal to 10. Here we have another example. C multiplied by A. Here it's like writing C is equal to C multiplied by C equal to C multiplied by A. It's the same. We can write like that or the second way. So here, printf, we will print the value of C. Also, same thing for the division. And also for reminder, C mod equal to A, and after we will write C. Let's organize the code. Now let's execute. Compile and run. We have here the result. Here there is another mistake. Here we have different values. So it's sure that we did mistake somewhere. Me, I like doing mistakes just to learn from these mistakes. So here, C must be out of like that. Okay. To get the value of C. Otherwise, it will give us another value. It's according to the result that we will check if we did a mistake or not. So here we have, yes, we got the values. We have here the first one, C is equal to A, so C it will be 5. Here C plus A is equal to C plus A, it will be 10. C is equal to C multiplied by 5. So it will be 50. The last value of C is 10, and the value of A is 5. Here we have divided. C divided C is 50 and A is 5, so it will be 10. And here we have the remainder. When we divide C mod A, it will be 0. We will pass now to another part, C relational operator. So a relational operator checks the relationship between two operands. If the relation is true, it returns 1. If the relation is false, it will give us 0. Like, for example, greater than, less than, not equal, greater than or equal to. Okay, so let's try it. Let me take another example. Save as. We are copying the code to take the structure, the basic structure of C. So we have here int A is equal to 5. B is equal to 5 also, and C is equal to 10. Now we will printf person D is equal to person D. This person D will be replaced after by the variables is person D slash n. We finish here. We have 3 person D. So here we have to give 3 variables. So it will be A, B. A is equal to B. Let's execute now before to add the other to understand exactly what we are doing. So here, A it's equal to B. Is it true? Yes. So the result will be 1. A it's equal to B. It's true. If it's true, it will give us 1. If it's wrong, it will give us 0. Okay? Now, let's do this with A and B when it's wrong. A, C. A is equal to C. It's not true because A is not equal to C. 5 is not equal to 10, so the result will be false. False, it's 0. We have here 5 is equal to 10, it's 0. We'll copy now. We will check the greater than is greater. A, we will check if A is greater than B or not. So this one must give us false. So it will be 0. Here we have 5, it's bigger than 5, is 0 because it's not true. A, C. This one will give us true. So it will give us 1 because it's true. A is bigger than C. So we have here 5 is bigger than 10 is 0 because it's not true. Now let's try. For example, less A and C. A is less than C. So it will be 5. Sorry, I didn't change the operator. So here we have A is less than 10 is true. A is less than 10 is 1, so it's true. Now let's try. Here we tried equals. Now we will try not equal. Here let me add a comment to check if two numbers are equals. We use equal 2 times equal. To check if two numbers are not equals, we use, this is the symbol of not equal. Okay, so for equal we use 2 equals, and for not equal we use exclamation marks and equal. So here we have D, it's not equal to A, it's not equal, so it will be false. Why? Because A and B, they are equals. So here we have it's 0 because they are equals. Here let's try it with C. Let's see. Let's try it. 5 is not equal to 10 is 1. That means it's true. Here now there is another operator which is greater or equal. For example, let's take this example. Here, greater or equal, that means we are going to test if the A is bigger or equal to B, it will be true. Both equal or greater or bigger. So we have here 5, it's greater or equal to 5, it's 1. Okay, so it's true because it's not greater but it's equal. So here we have 2 cases are accepted. Let's try also. For example, let's try A and C. It will be false. Why? Because A, it's not bigger and it's not equal to C. Yeah, 5 is greater or equal to 10, so 0. Here let's try it with less than. It's less than. So here we have 5, it's less or equal to 5, it's true. Now let's try it with C, A and C. We will test if A is less or equal to C. Also, it will be true because it's less than C. So 5 is less or equal to 10 is 1, so it's true. Now we will pass to another part, another example. We will pass to logical operators. Let me do the same thing, copy the structure, the basic structure of C. So here, an expression containing logical operator returns 0 or 1 depending on whether expression results true or false. So we have here some operators, logical operator, that we will use now to check. Okay. So here we have int A equal to 5, B is equal to 5, C is equal to 10, and we will use another variable that we will call result. So result is equal to A equal to B. The first operator here we will use AND. And C is bigger than B. Now printf result. Now let's guess the output of this program before execute. We have here A is equal to 5, B is equal to 5, C is equal to 10. So the result here, what we did, we have two conditions here. A is equal to B. Is it true? A is equal to B. It's true. And here we have C, it's bigger than B. C, it's bigger than B. It's true. So this one is true, and the second one is true. They are related with AND, so result will be 1. 1 and 1. In logical operator, it's equal to 1, so result must be 1. Let's try it. Result, sorry, we didn't write the value. %D, result. We have here result is 1. It's true. So this part of the code, they are true. This one is true. So both are true. That's why we got 1. Now here we will try results equal to A is equal to B and C is less than B. Here let's guess the results. Here we have A is equal to B. It's true. A and B, they are equal. So this one will give us 1. And C is less than B. This one is false because C is greater than B. So this one is 0. 1 and 0, it will be 0. So those two conditions must be true to get the result true. If one of the conditions is not true, so the result will be 0. So we have here 1 and 0, the first one here. Let's take it as comment just to get the result of the last one. We have here 0. Now we will see another operand. Let's take this one also as comment just to see the result of the last code. So here we have another operand, what we call OR. So OR, yes, this is the OR. We have printf results. What do you mean by that? Results equal A is equal to B is true, or C it's equal to, it's greater than B. This one also is true. So true or true will give us true. Okay, so the result will be 1. So here, when we use OR, it's enough to get one of the conditions true to get the result true. Here in this case, both conditions must be true to get the result 1. But here, because we have and that means this condition must be satisfied and this condition must be also satisfied to be true. But here, if this condition is satisfied, is true, it's enough for us to get the whole true. Yani this one is true or this one is true. So here we have compile. It's 1. Okay. So here we will see another example. Let's take this one as comment, as I said, just to see the last code. A is equal, for example, let's try not equal. A is not equal to B, and C is less than B. Let's guess the result. Here, A is not equal to B, this one is false, and C is less than B, this one also is false. So, false or false, it will be false, so it will be 0. Yes, it's 0. Now we finish with this example, we finish with this video. I hope you understand the operator in C programming. If you have any question, don't hesitate to write a comment, and please subscribe to our channel to get and to be notified with the last video. Thank you so much for listening, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, this is me, Amani, from the Coding Academy by Amani, and welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn about if-else statement of C programming. We will start by explaining what is exactly the if-else statements, why do we need them in our program, and after we will do together a lot of code examples. So please keep watching until the end to understand this basic lesson in C programming. So let's get started. Before starting explaining if-else, the first thing that you have to understand is what is exactly the if-else statement and why do we need those statements in our program. So, if-else, or the statement if, is known as a control statement. So, what are those control structures? A control structure is a primary concept in most high-level programming languages. In its simplest word, it's a block of code. So it's a code. A control structure is a block of programming that analyzes variable and chooses a direction in which to go based on given parameters. So we will choose the direction of the program. In a program, a control structure determines the order in which statements are executed. Our program so far consists of just a list of commands. That means list of order to the compiler. The program cannot choose whether or not to perform a command. So we cannot choose if we will execute this line or not. The program also cannot perform the same command more than one time. So all lines will be executed in the order given to the compiler and just one time. So the solution here, or the problem sometimes we need to execute a command more than one time, or sometimes we need to ignore some lines. So the solution here is to use the control structures. The control structures allow a program to base its behavior on the value of variables. So we will add some conditions to control the execution order of the program. The control structures type, we have the selection statement, we have the repetition statement. In this video, we will start by the selection statements. The first one, if and if else. In the others video, we will see for sure the other selection statement and the repetition statement. So let's start with the first control structure, the selection statement, if else. Inside the if-else statements, we have four types. The first one is if statement, the second one, if-else statement, the third one, if-else later statement, and the last one, nested if-else statement. We will start with the first one, if statement. So the syntax of if statement is, we have if, this keyword if, we open parentheses, we add a test expression, we open the curly braces, we have our statements code, and when we finish, we will close the curly braces. So, how if statement work? If the if statement evaluates the test expression inside the parenthesis, so our code will be based according to this test expression. If the test expression is evaluated to true, so statement inside the if will be executed by the compiler. So the compiler will enter inside this curly braces. If the test expression is evaluated to false, the statement inside the curly braces will not be executed and will be ignored by the compiler. So the compiler will not enter to this code. For example, here we have this line of code. If x is bigger than y, printf x is larger than y. So if this statement is true, if this test expression is true, if x is bigger than y, so the compiler will print x is larger than y. If x is not larger than y, so the compiler will not enter to this statement and will ignore this line of code. Now we will pass to test our if statement by the first code. The first program that we will do together with if statement is to test if a number is positive or not. So the first thing here, let's take a number from user. So we have printf please enter a number. We will take this value from the user, so we have to use scanf. In the previous video we explained what is scanf, what is printf, so please, if you don't understand it, check the other previous video. So here we use a variable called number. We have to come here and declare this variable. Before using a variable we have to declare it, so a number. Now we will use the if statement. We will test if this number is positive or not by respecting the syntax that we showed already. So we have here if, we start by the keyword if, our condition, what is if the number is bigger or not to 0. So if the number is bigger to 0, we have to write printf you entered a positive number, and let's display also the value %d and /n number. Now let's add another line, for example printf first code with if statement. So here this code We took a number from a user. Now we will test if this number is positive or not. If this test condition is true, if the number is bigger than 0, so the compile will enter in this curly braces and will write you entered a positive number. If this test condition or test expression is negative, is less than 0, the compile will not enter to this line, will jump this line and will come to the following line, printf first code with statement. Let's test this program together. Compile and run. Now we have enter a number. For example, I will enter 5. As a result, what do we have? 5. It's bigger than 0, so this expression is true. The compile will enter here. You enter a positive number. And what is this number? It's 5. After finishing this, the compile will come to the following line, printf first code with if statement. So we have as a result, you enter a positive number 5, and we have first code with if statement. Now let's try a negative number and to see the result. So execute, compile and run. We have, for example, -5. As you can see here, this condition is not validated, it's not true. So the compiler will not enter here and will not show us the message inside the printf. So it will jump the code, all the code inside the if. The code of if finish here. So it will come and execute this code, which is first code with if statement. So as you can see here, as a result, we just have first code with if statement. I hope you understand the idea of if statement. Now we will pass to see the if-else statement. The second type that we will learn together is the if-else statement. So the syntax of if-else statement is we have the keyword if, we have test expression between parentheses, we open the curly braces, we have to run the code if test expression is true, we close the statement, we have another keyword else, we open the curly brace, and we run code if test expression is false. So how if-else statement is working, or how the syntax will be working? We have here, if the test expression is evaluated to true, statement inside the curly braces will be executed, and the statement inside the else will not be executed. If the test expression is evaluated to false, the statement inside the body of else will be executed, and the statement between the body of if will not be executed. So let's try the syntax by code. In this example of if-else statement, we will test if a number is odd or even. So the first thing, as usual, let's take a number from user, printf, please enter a number, scanf, %d, and we have address of number. So this entered value by the user will be registered in number. Now we will test if this number is odd or not. So how this number will be odd or even? So if the number, the rest by dividing the number by 2, it's equal to 0, so it's an even number. If the rest is not equal to 0, so it's an odd number. We have a special operation in C that we already talked about in the previous video that we call modulus, that can give us the rest when we divide by another number. So we have here if number mod 2 it's equal to 0. So this is the special operation mod. It will give us the rest when we divide number by 2. Okay, it's equal to 0. So printf %d, this number is an even number, and we have the number here to display the value. Else printf %d is an odd number, and we have number. Here we finish the program. By the way, I remember something that I can tell you here. Maybe in the other channel or in another program, you will see here return 0. Okay, it's a function here. The program can be working without this function, but we have to add it. If we don't add it, the compiler is working well, because this compiler is updated and it can execute without this function. Why I'm not adding this function? Because this function, this word is a function. So it's not logic to add it before explaining to you what is function in C. So when we will be in the video or in the lesson of functions, I will explain it with details. So we can add it, it's not a problem, but I will explain it in the future, okay? So now here, the idea of this program, we have the test expression here, number mod 2, it's equal to 0, so the program or the compile will execute this line, the code inside the if. If this test expression is not true, so the compiler will execute what we have inside the else, so we have this code. Let's execute it together. We have here, please enter number. For example, we have 5. 5 is an odd number, so the compiler will come here, will take a number, it will test this test expression. If the number mod 2 is equal to 0, so 5, when we divide 5 by 2, the rest is 1, so it's not equal to 0. So this expression, this test expression is not true, so the compiler will not enter here, will not execute this code. It will come here and execute the code inside the else, which is the number is odd. Now, let's try. Even number, so for example 8. 8 is another number. Now the compiler come here in this expression. This expression is true, so the compiler will execute the code inside the if and will ignore the code inside the else. I hope you understand this example of if-else statement. Now we will pass to the third type. The third type that we will learn together is the if-else later statement. The syntax of this type is as follows. We have if, the first test expression, after we have some statements to execute. The second, else if, so the new keyword here that we will use, else if. We have another text expression, we have another statement to execute. Also we have else if, we have another test expression, we have some statements, and the last we have else statement. So the idea of this if-else later, when we use if-else statement, it executes just two different codes, depending on whether the test expression is true or not. But sometimes we have to choose between more than two statements or more than two possibilities. So we have here the if-else laters will allow us to check between multiple test expressions. It can be under 100 test expression, 1000 test expression, 10 test expression, is as you need, okay? So we have here, for example, in this example, we have 3 test expressions. Let's try this together by code. In this example, by using the if-else later, we will test the value of two numbers. If number 1 is equal to number 2, number 1 is bigger than number 2, or number 3 is bigger, or number 1 is less than number 2, sorry. So here, as you can see, we have 3 conditions. So let's start. The first thing here that we will do is to take two numbers from user. So we need two numbers. We have to declare it two numbers, number 1 and number 2. We have printf, enter, please enter 2, numbers. We will use in the same line, or you can use it separately. We have scanf. So we have %d because we have two numbers, and we have address number 1, and we have the address of number 2. Now we have the two numbers. Now we will check if those two numbers, for example, the first thing, are equals. So if number 1 is equal to number 2, we open the curly braces. What do we have? Printf number, for example, result, printf result, for example, %d is equal to %d. And we have here number 1 and number 2. This is the first if, this is the first test expression. We have printf number 1 are equal to number 2. Now, else if we will add the second test expression. Our second test expression is if number 1 is bigger than number 2. So if number 1 is bigger than number 2, what the program will display as message? Printf result. We can copy it. We will just change the operation we have is bigger. Okay. Now, the third expression here we have number 1. If we will test if number 1 is less than number 2. Here we don't need to use another else if, because we have 3 conditions, 2 with expression. The third one we will just add else. Because here, if the number 1 it's not equal to number 2, number 1 it's not bigger to number 2, so automatically the number 1 will be less than number 2. So we have printf. Let's copy this. Result. Number 1 is less than number 2. Let's check our program if we don't have mistakes. So we have two numbers, number 1 and number 2. We enter two numbers. Here the program will work like that. If number 1 is equal to number 2, if this test expression is true, so the program will execute this line, will ignore all the rest of the code, and will finish the program. Let's add the return 0 that we already talked about. Here we have, if this condition is not true, the program will ignore this line, will jump it, will come here. As if, we'll check this expression. If number 1 is bigger than number 2, so the program will execute this line, will ignore this statement, and will finish the program. But if the number 1 it's not bigger than number 2, so the program will ignore those statements and will come and execute this line of code. Let's try together and see the result. Enter two numbers. So we have, for example, 1 and 1. So we have result 1 is equal to 1. So this first expression is true. The program will execute this line and will finish the program. Let's try another test. We have entered two numbers. We have, for example, 5 and we have 10. 5, it's not equal to 10. This code will be jumped. 5, it's not bigger than 10. This code will be jumped. The code will execute this line. So as you can see here, 5 is less than 10. Now let's try the last test. we have 5, for example, and 2. We have 5 is bigger than 2. I hope you understand this code and the if-else later. Now we will pass to the last type of if statement. The last type that we will learn together is the nested if-else statement. The idea of this nested if-else is to include an if-else statement inside another if-else statement. So as you can see here, we have if we have the first test expression. If the test expression 1 is validated as true, the compiler will execute the code of the nested if-else. So it will come here, it will test another test expression 2. If this test expression 2 is true, so the compiler will execute this statement, as the compiler will execute the second one. If the first test expression 1 is not validated, the compiler will execute the else statement. So let's try this nested if-else together by code. In this exercise, we will see together how to use the nested if-else. So this exercise, it's similar to the previous one. We will test the value of two numbers if they are equal, bigger or small. But here we will use the nested if-else. So here we already took two numbers from user. We have please enter two numbers, number 1 and number 2. Now we will start the nested if-else. So the first thing here, if number 1 it's bigger or equal to number 2. Here in this expression, in this test expression, we have two conditions. We have number 1 it's bigger than number 2, and in the same time we have number 1 is equal to number 2. So this expression, it's if number 1 is bigger or equal to number 2. So here in the nested if else, we will test separately if number 1 is bigger than number 2 or number 1 it's bigger than number 2. So this expression tells us, if this expression is true, it will tell us number 1 it's bigger or equal to number 2. Now we have to add another test expression that will tell us exactly if the number 1 it's bigger than number 2 or they are equal. Okay, so we have here, we will test if number 1 is equal to number 2. We have printf result %d it's equal to %d, and we have number 1 and number 2. So if number 1 is equal to number 2, the compiler will execute this line. Else, if this condition is not true, the compiler will come to the else and will write printf. Let's copy this line. It's bigger. Here, why do we have if and we have just else? We don't need to use another else if, because here we have two choices. Number 1, it's bigger or equal to number 2. So under those choice, if number 1 it's not equal to number 2, so automatically it will be bigger than number 2. Here we finish the nested if else. Now we have here, if number 1 is bigger or equal to number 2, if this expression is true, this code, all this code will be executed. If this condition or this expression is not true, so we have to do else. So if this condition is not true, so number 1 it's not bigger than number 2 and number 1 it's not equal to number 2, so what is left? Number 1 is less than number 2. So we will just write printf is less than number 2. And we finish our nested if else. So we took two numbers, we test the first expression, the first test expression. If number 1 is bigger or equal to number 2, if this expression is true, the compiler will come and test exactly if it's equal or bigger. So if number 1 is equal to number 2, the result will be this line. If this test expression is not true, the result will be this line. If this test expression is not true, the result will be in the else number 1 is less than number 2. Let's try it together. So we have, please enter two numbers. We have 1 and we have 2. So result 1 is less than 2. So the compiler ignore all this code and come to the else. Let's try another result, sorry. We have 1 and 1. So result 1 is equal to 1. So the compile ignore all those code and execute for us just this line. So I hope you understand the nested if-else in this code and the other previous code. If-else lesson, it's a basic lesson, so you have to understand it very well, because we will use it in the whole future work in C. So please, if you have any question, do not hesitate to write a comment. If you like the video also, just leave us a like or a comment. And do not forget to subscribe to our channel to get notified for the next video. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys, this is me Amani from the Coding Academy by Amani, and welcome back again to this series of C programming. In this video, we will learn about for loop statement of C programming. We will start by explaining what is loop, why do we need loop statements in programming, the loop types in C programming and in general in programming, explaining the for loops in C, and finally we will do together some exercises with for statement. So please keep watching until the end to understand this very important and basic lesson in C. So let's get started. What is loop? The first thing that you have to understand is what is loop. A loop is any repeated task more than one time. A looping statement is repeating a particular code until a condition. We will see together how to create this condition. So the most important question here, why do we need looping statement in coding? Let's start by an example. We have this example is to enter 10 numbers by user. So the first thing that you have to do is to create 10 variables in which we will memorize the different number that the user will enter. And we have to repeat this code. Printf, please enter a number, and scanf, memorize or register the number in these variables. So here we are asking the user to enter 10 numbers, so we have to repeat this 2 lines of code 10 times, because we will ask the user 10 numbers. Imagine now if we ask the user to enter 100 numbers. So here the first thing, we have to declare 100 variables, and we have to repeat these 2 lines of code printf scanf 100 times, which is not possible. It will take a lot of time and we can do a lot of mistakes. So the solution here is to reduce the line of code by using loop statements. In C programming and in general in programming, we have 3 types of loops. The first one, for loop, the second one, while loop, and the third one, do while loop. So for us, you will start in this video by for loop, and we will continue the other 2 types of loop in the future video. There is for sure a syntax to follow for these 4 loops. The syntax is like that. For, we have the keyword, C keyword or programming keyword for. We have the open parenthesis. We have here 3 parts. The first one, initialization statement. The second one, test expression. The third one, update statement. And between the curly braces, we have statement inside the body of loop. So how for loop works exactly? The initialization statement is executed just one time. So it will just execute it one time by the compiler. Then we will evaluate the test expression. If the test expression is evaluated to false, the loop is terminated and the compiler will come and execute the rest of the code after this curly braces. But if the test expression is evaluated to true, the statement inside the body of the for will be executed and we will update the update statement. And again, after the statement inside the loop is executed, we will come back again to the test expression. We will test again the test expression if it's true or false. If it's false, so the statement inside the body of loop will not be executed and the program will finish if we don't have code after this curly braces. But if we have program or if we have line of code after this braces code, it will be continued. If the test expression is evaluated to true, the statement inside the body of loop will be executed and the update statement will be updated. This process will continue until the test expression will be false. So the condition that we talk about is this test expression. The loops will continue until the test expression will be false. So I hope the syntax is clear for everybody. Now we will start by the first example to make this idea clearer and to understand better the for statement. The first exercise is to print number from 1 to 10. So this example is simple. We will start together by a simple one. So here, the first thing, we have to prepare the syntax of for. Here, we know that we are going to use for. Why? Because we already know what to repeat. We find already what to repeat is to enter a number. So here, the first thing that you have to do, you have to find if you have something to repeat in your code or not. If there is something repeating, so you have to use for or another loop types. If there is no repeating action or no repeating code, there is no need to use for. So here, in our case, we have to repeat to write numbers. So we are going to use for. The first thing that we have to add here is the initialization statement. So here, E is equal to 0. So we will start E by 0. After, we have the test expression. Here, we will repeat until the value will be equal to 10. So here, this E, this value, you can call it as you want, must be less than 11. This is our stop condition. After the updated condition, we have E++. Each time we will increment our E. Here we use a new variable, E, so we have to add the declaration of E. We open our parentheses here. Now, what we need from this exercise is to print the value of E. So here we have printf %D. We will write it in the value of E. Sorry, we don't need the others because we are printing. Okay, we will just print the value of this E. So here, let's execute together. Let's register this program. Sorry. As you can see here, we have printed with one line of code 10 value from 0 to 10. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We can make it started from 1. Now we have from 1 until 10. So let me explain again what we did exactly. Here, the initialization value, it's E equal to 1. So our start value is E is equal to 1. This is what they need from us. The test expression is E less than 11. So this program will continue to write numbers until E will be equal to 11. After the updated statement, we have e plus plus. Each time we have to increment the value of e. So the first iteration, here we have 10 iterations to repeat. The first iteration, we have e is equal to 1. E will be equal to 1. E is less than 11 is true. So this condition will be executed. The compiler will print 1. After, the value of the updated statement will be updated. E plus plus, so e will be equal to 2. Now, the second iteration of this 4, we have here now e is equal to 2 because we already incremented here. We have e is equal to 2. We will check if e is less than 11. It's true, so we will print the statement e is equal to 2. And after we will update this value. So e will be equal to 3. After, now, e is equal to 3. It will check the test expression. We have e equal to 3, it's less than 11, is true. So it will print here. After printing, it will update. So there is an order. The first iteration, e is equal to 1, will be executed just one time. The first iteration. After writing this statement, each time this condition must be verified. If it's true, the statement inside the for will be executed. After executing the statement, the expression, this updated expression, must be updated until the iteration 10. In the iteration 10, we have here e is equal to 11. So we will come here, e is less than 11. It's false, it's not true. So this expression inside the for will not be executed, and this e will not be updated. The updated expression also will not be updated. The program will come here. After this curly braces, will not find another code, so the program will be finished. Let's execute again. So we have write the number from 1 to 10. I hope you understand the basic syntax of for. Now let's pass to the second exercise. In this exercise, we will write a program to calculate the sum of first and natural numbers. So, the sum of first and natural number. So, this n can be 5, can be 4, can be 10, can be 100. Okay, so the first thing here that we have to do, we have to know the value of n. After, we will tell the compiler that you will calculate to us the sum, for example, from 1 to 10. So here the first thing, printf, that you will do, printf, we will ask the user what is exactly the value of n that you want. So here we have enter the value of n. Scanf, we have here %d, and we have address of n. So here we need the variables int n. Now here we have something to repeat, is to calculate the sum of, is to enter n numbers and after calculate the sum. So we have something to repeat here 10 times. So here you need for loop. Here we have 4, it's equal to 1, it will start from 1, the first, e is less than, so e will be, will be working until n. So we will calculate the sum of the first n variables, so n is included. So this condition must be, e will continue to loop, to repeat until this e will be equal to n. And we have here the increment condition. Here we need a variable n, and after we have here to calculate the sum. For example, here we have the sum until 5. We have to calculate 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So here we need another variables in which we will memorize this sum. So we have here sum plus it's equal to E. It's like to write sum, it's equal to sum plus E. It's the same. You can write in this way or in this way. We already talked about that in the previous operator video. If you don't have idea about that, please watch this video from the C programming video list. Now, what do we have to do? After finishing calculating the sum, we have to print the final sum. So printf, here we have to declare it for sure sum. Let's do it separately because we will do it different. Sum is equal to 0. Here we are going to do some math operation in this sum variables. So we are going to calculate the sum of a lot of variables inside this sum. So we have to give an initial value of this sum. The initial value of this sum must be 0. So we have here person D, and we have, for example, here let's write sum, it's equal to person D, and we have here the value of the variable sum. As you can see, it's not complicated at all, this program. The first thing here that you have to know, what is the value of n. You can, for example, here choose int n, it's equal to, for example, 10. But here in our case, we want the user to enter the value of this n because it can be different. Me, I can choose 5, you can choose 10. So it must be given by user. So the first thing here, we print enter the value of n. We ask the user to enter the value of n. We took the value of n. After, we did the loop. So the initial value here that will be executed just one time, it's equal to 1. After, the test condition E must be less or equal to n. So we are going to work to calculate the sum until n. After, if the value of E is less than n, this statement will be executed. We have sum, we are going to add sum, the value of E, to sum. So here in the first case, sum, it will be 1. After, we will increment the updated statement. So E will be 2. Here, 2 is less than, for example, 10. So 2 will be added to the sum. Now the total sum is 3, etc. until coming to the value of n. For example, if we choose it to 10. Now, printf the sum. We cannot write this sum inside the for. If we write it here, the sum will be repeated 10 times. But for us, we just want the final sum. We don't want to see in each iteration the value of sum. So here, the sum must be outside of the for because we are not going to repeat. We just want the final value of sum. Let's try. For example, here we want 10 until the value 10. So the sum is 55. Let's try another one. For example, I just try until 3. So the sum is 6. So it will do the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3. So it's equal to 6. I hope you understand the idea of this exercise. Now we will pass to the third exercise. In this third exercise, we have to find the maximum between 5 numbers. So we have 5 numbers and we have to find the maximum between them. So here, what is the repeating action? As I said in the previous exercise, the first thing that you have to think about is this question: is there anything to repeat here? Yes, here what we are going to repeat, we have to compare the value between all those values, 2, 2. So we have to compare the first and the second, the first and the third, the first and the fourth, etc., the second and the third. So we have to do a lot of comparison between the values. So here we need 4 loops. So the first thing here, 4, we prepare our 4, is equal to 0, E less than. Here we have 5 numbers, so it's less than 5, and we have E plus plus. Let's declare it our int E. Here the number, we are not going to use number fixed by code. We are going to take these numbers from user. So we have to repeat to ask the user 5 times to give us the number. So the first thing here, printf please give a number. After, scanf %d address of num. So we have to declare it here. We use a new variable. We have to declare it here. Num. Sorry. After, now, the code will work like that. We enter the first number. After entering the first number, here, we enter the first number. We will assume that this number is the maximum. Okay, it's the maximum one. So here, what we will need, max variable. Sorry, let's do it separately. Max is equal to 0. Sorry. Int max equal to 0. Now, we will compare this, the first number that we enter, to the maximum. If this number is less than maximum, nothing will change. If this number will be more or larger than the maximum, this number will be the maximum. So here we need if statement. We have to compare. If number is bigger than max. So max, it has the value of 0. So max, what will take? Will take the value of number. Now, for example, if we enter here 1, the maximum is 1. We finished here. And we close the for. Now, in the second, the first iteration, it's finished. We have maximum, it's equal to 1. For example, I enter 1. Now, the second iteration, e will be equal to 2. We are going to ask the user to enter a value. For example, here I entered 5. If the number, the new value of number, it's 5. If this 5 is bigger than the maximum, the value in the maximum is the first value that I enter is 1, is true. So the maximum will take 5, etc. until finishing 5 numbers. When we finish the 4 here, we will do printf the largest or the maximum number will be registered where? For sure, in the maximum value. So we have here max. And we finish the program. You can see here, by using for, we just write like 3 or 4 lines of code. But without for, we have to compare 5 numbers like 20 times. So let's execute. Let's register our program. We have given number. Okay, we have given number here. For example, 2. Another number, it will ask us 5 times because we have entered 5. 3, 100, 25, and 6. Here, the maximum number is 100. As you can see here from this list, the maximum is 100. This is the basic idea how to find a maximum number between a list of numbers. I hope you understand this exercise and you understand the idea of for. If you like our video, please leave us a like and a comment. And do not hesitate to write us a comment if you don't understand something or you ask for another thing. And do not forget to get subscribe to our channel to get notified for future video. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys, this is me Amani from the Coding Academy by Amani and welcome back to this series of C programming. In previous video, we learned about what is loop and why we need loop statements. In this tutorial, we will learn about while loop in C. So let's get started. Loops are used to repeat code until a specific condition. In C programming, we have three types of loops. We have for loops, while loops, and do while loop. In previous video, we learned about for loop. If you didn't watch this video, please click to this link to learn about for. In this video, we will learn about while loop. The syntax of while is as follows. We have the keyword while, after we have the test expression, and we have the body of. So, how while loop works? The while loop evaluates the test expression inside the parentheses. If this test expression is evaluated to true, the statement inside the loop will be executed. If the test expression is evaluated to false, the loop will be terminated and this body of the loop will not be executed. So let's go to the first example and learn more about the while loop. In the first exercise, we will print numbers from 1 to 10 by using while loop. So here, the first thing, we will write the syntax of the while loop. So we have while. Here we will add our test expression. Here our condition is to write from 1 to 10. So the test here, our test variable must be less than 10. Less or equal to 10. So we have here e is less or equal to 10. Here we used a new variable e, so we have to do the variable declaration. We have int e. So while e is less than or equal to 10, what's the code will do? It will just print to us the e. Printf %d, and let's do /n, and we have e. This exercise is so simple to begin with the while loop. Here, what do we need here? We need to increment this e. So here, the incrementation value here will be e++. So how this program will work? We have here a variable e, the condition test expression. Here we have e is less than 10. So e must be less or equal to 10. We have here in the first statement, e is equal to 1. So the test expression is evaluated to true. The program will write to us e, which is equal to 1. After, e will be incremented to 2. Now, in the second iteration, the value of e is equal to 2. This test expression is still true. So the program will write the value of e, which is 2. After, the value of e will be incremented to 3. We will come again to this test expression, and the test expression will be evaluated. E is equal to 3, it's true, etc. until coming to e will be equal to 11. So we have here while e is less or equal to 10, e is equal to 11. So the test expression is false. The program will not enter here, and the loop will be finished and the program will be finished because we don't have code after this statement. So let's try this program together. As you can see here, the result, we have the result of our program. We print the number from 0 to 10. I hope you understand this exercise. Now let's pass to the following exercise, which is we will find the maximum between 5 numbers by using while loop. To find the maximum between 5 numbers, the first thing that we have to do, we have to enter those 5 numbers. So here we are repeating the action to enter 5 numbers. That's why we are going to use a loop statement. Here we are going to use while. So here, while, for example, we will use counter as variable that will control to us if the number that we enter is equal or less than 5. So here we have int counter. we will define counters equal to 1 because it will start from 1 until 5. So here what we are going to repeat to ask user to enter 5 number. So we have here printf, please enter a number. And we will memorize it by scanf %d, and we will register those numbers in a new variable that we will call, for example, number. So let's declare this number. So each time we use a new variable, we have to go back and to do the declaration of this variable. For example, here number. Now each time that I will enter a number, I will compare it to the biggest number. Okay, a maximum, a variable that we will declare it in the variables here. So we have int max, for example, equal to 0. Here we have the maximum value that we will work with. It's equal to 0. Here I will enter a number. I will compare this number to the maximum value. So we have here if the if statement is inside the while, why? Because we will always compare the entered value with the maximum, so we have to repeat it. So if number is bigger than max, the maximum will take the value of number. Here we finish to compare the value with the maximum number. Here the counter, in the first iteration the counter is equal to 1. Here we have to increment this counter. Each time we have to increment the value of counter. Here after finishing the while, we have to write at the last time what is the value of the maximum. So we have here printf, the maximum value is %d, and we have max. So here by using while we find the maximum between 5 numbers. The first thing here, the condition is we have 5 numbers, so we have to add a condition to control to us is the number of variables that we enter is equal or less or greater than 5. So here while the counter is less or equal to 5, you will execute this code. When the counter will be bigger than 5, this code will be finished until here, and this code will be executed. So the code outside of the while will be executed if this test expression is false. So the first thing here, we will ask the user to enter number. We will compare this entered number each time with the maximum value, which is 0. If the entered number is bigger than 0, so the maximum will take this value until finished. So let's try together this program. Please enter number. For example, I have 2, 3, 55, 10, and 100. Here you can see the result. The maximum value is 100. So it's okay, we don't have a problem with this program. Now let's pass to the following program. Here, the last exercise here, we will display to the screen number from 1 to 10 with 5 numbers per line. So here we have to write 5 numbers per line. So we have to enter 20 numbers and we have 5 numbers per line. Here we will use another method. We are not going to take numbers from user. We are just going to use the value, one variable that will give us the value. So here we have int e, it will start from 1. After, here, what is the action that will repeat here is to write 5 numbers per line. So we will write the first 5 numbers. After, we will repeat to write the second 5 number, after the third, and after the last. So here we are repeating something. That's why we are using while loop. While e is less or equal to 20, we are going to use this e. So we have here printf. How many numbers? We have 5 numbers. So we have %d, %d, and we have %d. Here we have 5 numbers. For each line we will write 5 numbers. Here between numbers, let's add a tab. We will add space by numbers. So here, to add spaces between numbers, we use /t. So here we have /t, and we have here /t. And we are going to take those numbers, and we have here, after the last %d, we have to add /n to go to a new line. So we have here, we are going to write e plus 1, e plus 2, e plus 3, e plus 4. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to write e, which is equal to 1, after 2, 3, 4, 5. And here, it will start here by e, it's equal to e plus 5. Here we finish by 5. Okay, so here it will start from 6. The second line will start from 6. Let's try it together. As you can see here, we have the first line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After, here the second line must start with e plus 5. So e, or the value of e, it's 5. It's 1, sorry, the first one. After, to increment it, we add 5. So the second line must start with 6. Here, we wrote until 10, 15, and until 20. I hope you understand the idea of this exercise, and you understand the main idea of while. As we said, while it's loops used to repeat a code until a condition. Our condition here is always between those parentheses. So if you like our video, please don't hesitate to leave us a like or to leave us a comment if you have any question, and please get subscribed to our channel to get notified with the following video. Thank you so much, and see you in the next video. Hello everyone, this is me, Amani, from the Coding Academy by Amani, and welcome back to this series of C programming. In this video, we will learn about do-while loop statement and the difference between do-while and while loop. I advise you to watch the previous video in this link, a while statement, before watching this video. So let's get started. The do-while loop is a variant of the while loop. This loop will execute the code block at least one time before checking if the condition is true or not. Then it will repeat the loop as long as the condition is true. So the difference between do-while and while: for the do-while, the code in the body of the loop will be executed at least one time. The syntax of do-while is as follows. We have the keyword do, we have the body of the loop, after we have the while, the keyword while, and we have here the test expression. So how do-while loop works? The body of the loops is executed one time. Only then the test expression is evaluated. So the first thing, we will execute the body of the loop. After, we will test if the test expression is true or false. If the test expression is evaluated to true, the body of the loop will be executed again, and the test expression will be evaluated again. If the test expression is evaluated to false, the body of the loop will not be executed. So let's go to the first exercise to understand better the do-while loop. This exercise is to write a program to add numbers until the user enters 0. So the first thing here, we will add the syntax of do while, and here we have while our condition. Here, the first thing that we have to do, we have to ask the user to enter number. So we have printf, please enter a number, scanf, %d, and we have address of number. We used a new variable, so here we have to come here and declare our number. Each time that we will enter a number, we have to add it to sum. So we have here sum plus it's equal to number. Here we have another variable, so we have int sum. So the compiler will still ask the user to enter number until our number will be equal to 0. So here we have this operation will be repeated while the number is not equal to 0. So how this program will be working? We have here printf, please enter number, scanf, %d, address of number. So we will memorize this number in our memory. We will add this number to sum. After, this is the first iteration, after the computer will come or the compiler will come and check if this number is not equal to 0. If the number is equal to 0, the program will not come again to here to do. If this number is not equal to 0, the program will come again and will ask the user to enter number. So as you can see here, at least we enter one number and we add this number to sum. So here, after finishing this iteration, all iteration, we have to printf sum it's equal to %d, and we have here sum. This is our program. We will display in the last of the example the value of sum. So the first thing here, the user will ask to enter a number. Let me enter 0. We have sum it's equal to 0 and the program is finished. Let's execute again and ask for another value. We have here, for example, 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 0. So the program, after entering 0, the program will be finished and will enter sum it's equal to 6. So I hope you understand this exercise and you understand the main idea of do while. Now you know when to use while or do while. If you need in your exercise to enter at least one number, you have to write do while. If you don't need that, so you have to use while statement. Thank you so much for listening to this video, and do not forget to subscribe to our channel and to leave us a comment to be notified for the next video. Thank you so much.
Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. Today we will learn about switch statement. So, the switch statement allows us to execute one code block among many alternatives. You can do the same thing with the if-else statement later. If you don't know about if-else, break statement we already explained it in the previous video. Please check this link.
Here we have the while, the test expression.
Of the switch statement is much easier to read and to write.
We will use the break statement. So
now,
if the condition to break is satisfied,
we have the keyword
the
switch.
Compiler will
execute
the
break
statement and will take the code out of the while. So if we have here code
constant
inside the while will not be executed. After the test expression
the break
will not be
to
verified,
tell the finish of the
immediately the code will come after
we
the
have
end
here
of the while.
Second case,
Same thing for the do while statement.
The default cases.
We have here
how this
we have
syntax
here
is
code
working.
To execute.
So we have here the
and
expression
here
is evaluated
that we
just
will use
time.
the break statement.
This expression
so
will be
if
compared
the condition
with the
to break
different
is
cases.
satisfied,
So
the
it will
code
be
will
compared
take
with constant 1,
the compiler will take the code out of the do while and will continue in this
if there is
stage.
much between
so
the
this code will
and
not
the
be
constant
executed.
one,
All
the
codes
statement
inside
after
the
constant
do
one will
while
be
will not be executed.
And
so
all the other
loop
constant
immediately
will
will not
finished.
be executed. Same
For
thing
example,
for the 4.
if the constant
we have
2
here The for
is same with the expression. So if there is match between the expression
and here we have the condition to break
after
with the if statement
will be executed.
If this condition
break
is satisfied
to
true,
and all the other
so the code will
not be executed.
The program
if there is no match
in this stage, and all this code
only
will not
the
be
default
executed.
statement will be
This is the idea of break. So
and there is something also
break
very important.
Will
if we
the
don't
loop.
add the break
as
word,
well, we will
all the statements
go to the first exercise.
So it's
really
really important to add a
how
break
this
after
break statement
each
is working.
cases. Now, let's pass to an exercise to do the sample calculator, the sum of maximum of 10 numbers.
Much better
if the user
how
enters
to use
and
number,
how the
loop
switch
terminates.
Statement is
So,
working.
the first thing here, in this exercise,
we have to ask the user to enter number.
After we will do the
we need
control
an operator, and we need to
we are going to use for.
So the first thing,
we
will ask the user to choose between different operators.
We have for.
So printf is equal to 1. Please enter an operator
equal to 10,
and we have. And here we can give plus another indication to user, for example, plus or minus
printf
or multiplication
to enter number,
or please
division.
Enter
Scanf.
number. Here the operator
Scanf.
is a character, is not an integer or a float. That's why we are going to use
address
char
of number.
We create our
now
variables.
we have to declare
and
this
here
number.
we are using char, so we have to use %c.
Now
%c is for character.
the number entered
and
will be
we
controlled
have
if it's negative or not by using operation.
If.
So if number
after
is less,
we choose the operator. Now we have
0.
to ask the user to choose or to enter two numbers.
So
we are going to use
break statement. So the user will
enter
a number. It will be controlled if it's negative. If this number is negative, the loop will be finished and the compiler will execute the code in this stage. If there is no code, the program will be finished. If there is code, the code will be
just executed.
To make things easier. So
here we have number 1.
If this number is not negative,
and we have address.
What we have to do, we have to add this number to our
here
sum
we have to add the declaration of
the
those
idea
two
of this
numbers.
exercise is to calculate
number
the
1.
sum of 10 numbers. So here
and
we need
2.
another variable.
Now we have to
after
add entering
the
operator
into
the
two
sum
numbers. Now we
variables.
have to start the switch.
After
that, so
the result of our
code
for
is finished.
We have to just to print
expression, the value of the
what
sum.
is the expression. Here
So
the result
sum
will be different if we choose the addition, if we
equal
choose the multiplication or the division. That's why the result will be according to this operation. So switch this operation, we will work. Switch operation, we will have different cases.
Now let's execute this
The
program.
first case is the operator plus.
So please enter a number, for example, 1.
This operator is a character, so we have 2.
Now let me enter a negative number. As you can see, when I enter a negative number, the loop for is finished even before finish the
point
iteration,
because here our
if it's
stop
condition,
so
when
we
it's
will
equal
write
to 10. But here I enter a negative number, so the loop will be
plus,
start, and the sum is displayed. The sum
will
is
be equal
6.
to.
Now let me try to enter the first negative number.
And we have here,
so for example, here
the first is
6.
the first person D. It's number
the loop
1.
is finished.
The second person D
is 0.
is number 2.
I hope you understand
the third one.
here
is
the
the
break
result
statement.
of the addition.
Please
of
leave us a like or a comment if you like our video. If you have any question, you can ask us by comment. And do not forget to subscribe to our channel.
Finish the statement, we have to add
break.
Otherwise, all the statement will be executed.
To this series
now,
on C programming.
We will do
Today,
the same for
we will learn the break statement
minus
in C.
So the second case will be minus. We are just going to change here the operator.
The break statement is almost used with the if-else statement inside the loop.
For the multiplication,
the break statement is working. For example, the while
multiplication
loop. Here we have the while, the test expression, and here we have the if-else statement inside.
And the last one is the division.
So if the condition to break is satisfied,
number 1 will be divided by
the compiler will
2.
execute the break statement
just
and will take the code out of the while. So if we have here code inside the while,
finish all the cases. Now we will add the default
expression.
It's optional. You can, for example, choose to not add the
code will come after
default
the end of the while
statement. Same thing for the do while statement. If we don't have matches between the expression and all operator, we will just write printf, and we have here if error, that we will use the break statement. So if the condition to break is satisfied, so the program will come here. It will take the compiler will take the code out of the do while and will continue in this stage. One of those cases will be executed. Not all codes, just one of the cases. While so if there is much between the operation and the loop immediately will be the statement will be executed and the program will be finished. We have there is much between this operation and expression, we have here the code, just this and here we have the condition to break. If there is no match between the operation and condition is satisfied to true, the default so the code will take. So let's try it together until here in this stage, and all this code will not be executed. The first thing here, let's try the idea of break. So to resume, two numbers, break, for example, will end the loop. We have 3. As well, the result is 2 plus go to the first exercise in which we will understand better how this break statement is working. For example, let's try the multiplication. In this exercise, we will calculate the sum of maximum of 10 numbers. So 2, if multiplied by 6, a negative number, equal to the loop terminates. I hope you understand this switch statement. Please leave us a comment if you have a number after we will do the control. And do not forget to subscribe to our channel to be notified for the following video. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn about continue statement. So, the continue statement skips the current iteration of the loop and continues with the next iteration. This continue statement is almost always used with the if-else statement and inside a loop. It can be while, do, or for. So here, in this first example, we have while loops. Here we have our test expression. If the test expression is validated to true, this code will be executed. And we have here if statement to execute. If the test expression of if statement is verified to true, so the continue statement will be executed with program. The program will not continue the execution and will come back to while to test again the test expression. If the test expression of the if statement is not true, the program will not execute the continue statement and will continue this code. Same example for the do. Here we have code to execute. We have here something to test, a code to test inside the if statement. If the test expression is true, so the program will execute the continue statement and will go back to the while to test again this test expression. If the test expression is validated to false, the continue statement will not be executed and this code will be executed. The last loop we have here for. If inside the for is validated to true, the test expression here will continue to execute the continue statement, and we have here the code will be back to the for to test again the test expression. The difference here between continue and break, if we have break here, the compile will take the code out of the for, but here the continue will take the code again to the next iteration. I hope you understand the basic idea of the continue statement. Now let's go to the exercise to do some practice to understand better the continue statement. In this program, we will write a code to calculate the sum of maximum of 10 numbers. If the user enters a negative number, this number will not be included to the result. So the first thing here, we have to enter 10 numbers. So here we need a loop. Let's use for loop. Int I is less than or equal to 10 and e++. We used a new variable here, so we have to add its declaration. Now we have to ask the user to enter numbers. Address of number. Here we need to add also the declaration of number. After entering a number, we have to test if this number is negative or positive by using, for sure, the if statement. So we have if number is less than 0, if this condition is true, or if this test expression is true, what do we have to do? We have to jump this code and we have to send again the code to the for statement. So this number will not be included to the sum. So we will do continue. If this number is positive, is bigger than 0, this code will not be executed. And here we have to add this number to the sum variable. Here we have to add the declaration of sum variables. After finish, here to enter 10 numbers, what do we have to do? At the last step, we have to print the value of sum. So we have here sum. It's equal to %d, and we call the variable sum. Now let's try this program together. So please enter a number. We will add 1, 1. Let's add a negative number, another negative number, and 1, 1, 1. So here we have the sum is equal to 9. So here those two numbers, -9 and -9, are not included to the sum. That's why we got as result 9. Here we have 9 numbers, positive, and we have 2 negative numbers. Here we can change this one from 1, because in the exercise we have from a maximum of 10 numbers, but here we have 11 numbers, so this one must be started from 1. Let's try again. For example, -9, -3, -6, -9. We will enter negative numbers and 1. So the sum is 1. You can see here that all negative numbers are not included to the sum, just we have the last number, which is positive. I hope you understand this exercise and you understand the basic idea of continuous statement. Please do not hesitate to leave us a like or a comment if you didn't understand something. And do not forget to subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys. Welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn about function in C statement. So, this video will be an introduction to function in C. Before learning what is function, you have to know why do we need function in programming. So, generally, problems in programming, they are complex and big, like projects, for example. A complex problem is often easier to solve by dividing it into several smaller parts, each of which can be solved by itself. A function is a block of code that performs a specific task. So, a function will not solve the whole problem, but it will solve a part of this problem. Depending on whether this function is defined by the user or already included in our program language, like for example C, there are two types of functions. We have the first type, standard library functions, and the second, user-defined function. So, the standard library function, we used to use those functions in the previous programs. They are built-in function in C programming. These functions are defined in the header file. For example, we used to use printf function. This function is defined in the studio.h library. So, in our program, before using printf, we used to include studio.h. Why? Because this printf is included in this library. To use the printf function, we need to include it in the header file, because C compiler doesn't know what is printf. So you have to give the C compiler a library in which the compiler will find this printf function and how to use this printf function. It's like, for example, talk to someone who doesn't know French. So to talk with him, you have to give a dictionary to explain words. It's the same thing here. we are giving the compiler a library. This is our dictionary. Include studio.h to understand what is printf and how to use this printf. Another example, the sqrt function. It's another function included in C program and calculate the square root of number. So to use this function, we have to include the math.h library in the header file. When we include this function, we don't need to explain to the compiler how to use this sqrt function or printf function or scanf function. Everything is included in this library. So we will just call this function, use those functions, that's it. The second type, we have here the user-defined function. Those functions will be created by user. So we have to tell the compiler exactly what is this function and how to use those functions. So the difference between the library function and the user-defined function, for the user-defined function, we have to tell the compiler everything. What is this function and how to use this function. In the standard library function, we just use these functions. We will just include the library without telling the compiler nothing. So for the user function, you can create as function as you want. It's according to the program. We have to understand how those functions work. So we have here our main program. We used to write our main program. The function, we have to define this function out of the main of the program. So we will write our functions out of the main. After, if we need this function inside the main, we will just call this function. When we call this function, the compiler will go back to the program here, to the head of the program, will read this function, will compile it, and after we'll be back here to finish the program. So the main idea here, we create our function and we call this function as much as we want, as much as we need it in the program. This is the main idea of the function. In the next video, we will see with details how this function is created, how it declared, and how to call those functions. Thank you. See you in the next video. Hello guys, we'll come back to the second part to learn function in C statement. Please, before watching this video, make sure that you already watched the video that you can find here in this link to introduce the function in C statement. So, the user-defined functions are created by the user and we call them exactly user-defined function. You can create as many user-defined functions as you want and as you need in your program. The user-defined functions are based on 4 parts. We have function prototype, function call, function definition, and return statement. We have to understand very well all those parts to be able to use function in C or in any other programming language. So the first thing, we will start by the function prototype. So what is this function prototype? It's simply declaration of function. Like we used to declare, for example, a variable. Before using this variable, we used to declare it like int a, int number, int maximum, etc. Function also, we have to declare those functions before using them. So it's simply the declaration of function that specify functions name, parameters, return type. It doesn't contain function body. It's just declaration of function. A function prototype gives the information to the compiler that the function will be used in the program. There is a syntax to use for the function prototype. We have the first thing, we have to write the return type, the function name, and after the parameters or the argument if we have. For example, here in this example, we have a function prototype. We have here the return type, integer. The function name is add numbers, and this function needs 2 parameters. We have to give the type of the first parameter, the name, the type of the second parameter, and the name also. The second part is the calling function. As we said in the previous video that you can find in this link, the function must be written outside of the program, outside of the main function. So if we want this function to be compiled, we have to call it in the main part. So the user-defined function will be executed only if we call it in the main part. So it will be executed in the main part of the program by calling this function. How we call this function? It's so simple, we call it by the name. Here, the syntax, we have to give the function name and the parameters, list of the parameters. We don't have to give the type, just the name of the parameters. For example, here we have function add number, and we have two parameters, n1 and n2. So if the compile will find this calling function in the main part, it will go out of the function, execute this function, and after go back to continue the program in the main part. We will see a complete example of this function later. The third part here, we have function definition. The function definition contains the block of code to perform a specific task. In our example here, we have add two numbers and return it. So here, the function definition is the body of the function. And I repeat again, it must be out of the main part. So here, the syntax must be like that. We give the return type, the function name, and the parameters type and name. This function line or function definition line must be exactly the same as the function prototype. So, for example, in the prototype here, if we wrote int add numbers, int a and int b, in the function definition it must be the same thing. We cannot here change to float, otherwise we will get an error. Here we will write the body of the function, and here we have a return type. Passing arguments to function. We have here in programming arguments or parameters refers to the variable passed to the function. Function need some variables to be executed. For example, here to add two numbers, we need two variables. So we give the function two variables. It's the same here. We are giving two variables to the function to be able to execute some code. In the above example, two variables here, we have n1 and n2. When we will call the function in the main part, same parameter must be given. The name of the parameter can be changed, but if we here in the function, if we use two parameters, we must call this function by two parameters. If we used in the function here three parameters, same thing, when we call the function, we have to give three parameters. So it's according to the function. The number of the parameters change according to the function. Some function doesn't need any parameters. For example, here it can be empty. Some function need just one or two or three. The most important thing that you have to know, if you call the function with two parameters, in the function definition, we have to find two parameters. Now, the return statement. The return statement, it's terminate the execution of the function and return a value to the calling function. So here, in our example, the function will give us a result, will give us the result of adding two numbers. So this function must give this return to the main function. That's why here the return type, if it's int, the return here must be int. If the return here is float, this result must be with type float. Okay, so here the return statement is changeable according to the program. I hope you understand the main idea of the function. Now we will pass in the next video to start a full program, how to use function and how to applicate that in the program. So thank you so much for listening and see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back to the third part to learn function in C statement. In this video, we will applicate together by using an exercise what we learned in the part 2 and 1 about the function in C statement. In this exercise, we will write a program that adds two integers by using function, by using user-defined function. So the first thing here, we know that we have to add two integers, so we will need a function to add those two integers. So the first thing that we have to do, we have to create the function prototype. So when we add two integers, what is the return of this function? It's the sum of those two integers. So it will be int, the return type. The function name, we can call it add numbers. We have two numbers to add, so we will need two parameters. We are working with int, so we have int a, int b. Now, here we have the main of our program. Here our main part. We are going to go out of this main. We will add the function definition. We are going to write this function like we are working normally in main. So we have int add numbers. Like we said in the previous video, the function prototype and the function definition must be the same. You can just change the variable's name. Int a, and we have int b. Now we will just add two variables. So we have a plus b. The result of this sum must be memorized in a variable. So for example, we have here results is equal to a plus b. We will come here and we have to declare the variable results. Now we have here return type integer. So this function must return to the main part an integer. So what is this integer? It's the result. So here we have to add return result. Now here, to do the add numbers or to do add to integer, we need to call this function. Okay, so the first thing here, we have to enter two numbers by users, or we can do it directly by code, but for us here, we are going to take those two numbers from user, like we used to do printf. Please enter two numbers, and we have here scanf %d. We have two numbers, so we have %d. We are working with integer, and we have address. Address. For example, we are going to use variable number 1 and address number 2. Here we need to come back here and to declare int result. Number 1 and number 2. Here also we need to memorize the sum of those two numbers. So we need here int sum is equal to 0. Now we have those two numbers. What do we have to do? We will just call the function. We are not going to do number 1 plus number 2 because we have already a function that can do that for us. So how we call this function? We said that we call the function by the name of the function and the parameters. So we have here add numbers. This function take two parameters. So here the parameters that will take are number 1 and number 2. So we are giving to the function the numbers or the variable that we want to add. We want to add number 1 and number 2. So number 1, number 2. Here, the result of this function, the return, must be memorized in our sum. Now we will just print this sum. Printf, for example, sum is equal to %d, and we have sum. That's it for the function idea. So here, how this program, let's explain again how this program will work. So the first thing, the compiler will come here, it will include the studio.h, it will come to the second line. We have here a function prototype. This is what we call, as we said, function, prototype. The definition or the declaration of the function. The program will come here, will find two variables, number 1, number 2, and sum equal to 0. Okay. We have printf, please enter two numbers, scanf. Okay, we will take numbers from number 1 and number 2 from user. It will come here, we have sum, it's equal to add numbers. We have two parameters, number 1 and number 2. So until this line, until line 12, the compiler don't know how to use add numbers. We have just the information that this add numbers here, it's a function that will take two parameters. So the compile understands that from the function prototype. So the compile will go out from the main and will search for this function. If the compile found this function, it will execute it. If the compile won't find this function, it will give us error. It will tell us that I couldn't find this function. So here the compile will go out from this main, will find this function here. So we have add numbers. The compile will use those two parameters. Here the A will be replaced by number 1, the B will be replaced by number 2. Here we have result. Result is equal to A plus B. For us now, A and B, they are number 1 plus number 2. So the compile will calculate for us number 1 plus number 2 and will return the result. This returned result will be memorized in this sum variables. This is how the compile works by using function. So if the compile finds function, it will go out from the main, look for the function, execute the function with the new parameters, and give us the return. Let's execute the program. So here, execution result, we have please enter number, for example, 2, and I have 1. So sum is 3. So the program is working normally like we used to do. I hope you understand the main idea of function. If you have any question or if you have any comment, please leave us a comment, and do not forget to subscribe to our channel to be notified for the next video. See you. Thank you so much. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn together how to work with array with the help of examples. So, what is an array? An array is a variable that can store multiple values. So it's just a variable in which we can store multiple values, not just one value as we used to do, but multiple values. For example, here if you want to store 100 integers, you can create an array of integer. But the type of the value inside the array must be the same. For example, here we have 100 integer or 100 float or 100 char. Here, for example, we have our array. For each array, there is a size and there is indices. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. So the size of this array is 5. And here for each column, we have an indices. It's like the address of this column. Now, how to declare an array? The declaration, the syntax of the array declaration, it's like that. We have the data type, the array name, and the size. So we have to give the type of the element inside the array. For example, here we have integer, the array name, the variable's name. That means we have, for example, the name data, and the size we have 100. So in this variable that we call data, we can store 100 numbers of integer type. For example, here float mark of 5. In this variable, we have an array with the size of 5. So we can store 5 numbers with type float. This is how to declare the array. Now, for sure, after the declaration of array, we have to use those elements inside the array. So how we access to the element inside the array? It's for sure by using their address, their indices. So here, for example, this element, it's mark of 0. The indices in the array start by 0, not by 1. You have to be careful in this point. So here, this is the mark of 0. The name of this array is mark. We have 5 elements. This is the mark of 0, mark of 1, mark of 2, mark of 3, and mark of 4. So if we want to access to the second element, we have to write mark of 1. If we want to access to the first element, we have to write mark of 0, because indices start by 0. How to initialize an array? So there is 2 methods. Here, if we know already the size of the array, we have to write int mark, for example, of 5, and we give the element of the array between curly parentheses. So here we have, or curly break. So we have here, for example, 5. The size is 5, and we give here 5 elements. Or we can just leave the size empty, and if we give the element here, we have 5 elements, automatically the size will take the number of the element. So here we have 5 elements. So as a result, we will get this array. So there is two choices. You can give the size of the array, or you cannot give it, because it automatically it will be taken from here. How to change the value in array of the array? So here we have, for example, our array Markov 5. We have those elements inside the array. For example, I want to change the third value. So we have here 0, 1, 2. So the indices, indices of the third element, it's 2. So here I will write -1. For example, make the value of the fifth element to 0. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here it will be 0. We have 9, we will replace it by 0. So we will write my Markov 4 is equal to 0. Now, it's very important also to use input and output in the array. So here we will take the input from the user and store it in the third element of the array. So we will use for sure scanf. We are taking it from the user, so we have to use scanf %d, and we have the address, not of the variable now, but of the element of the array. So we want to write in the third element, so we have to write the name of the array and after the position, the indices. Here the third element, so the indices will be 2. So it's scanf %d address Markov 2. So in general, if you want to take an input and store it in the ith element, for example, third element, you have to give the position I-1, it's 2. For example, if I want to write in the second element, I have to write marks of 1. Always you have to do -1 because the indices start by 0, not by 1. Now, for example, we want to print on the screen the first element, for example. It's just the normal printf %d. Here we will write Markov 0. Our first element is Markov 0. If you want to print the third element of the array, so printf %d Markov 2. Now we will pass to the exercise and we will apply together what we learned about the array. So let's go to the first exercise. In this exercise, we will write a program to find the average of n numbers using array. So here, what do we have to do? We have to find the average of n number using an array. We have n numbers. We will calculate the average of those numbers. So the first thing, we have to enter the element of the array. We have to create the array, initialize the array, and after calculate the average. So the first thing, we have to ask the user about the size of the array. So we have printf enter, for example, the size of the array. Scanf %d, it's an integer, and we have, for example, we are going to use n variables. So here we have int n. We will take this n from user. After, now we will add the element of the array one by one from user. So we are going to use for sure 4, and we are going to ask the user to enter n elements of the array. So 4 is equal to 0, e less than n, and e plus plus. Here we used ni. So here printf enter the, for example, or let me write enter number and %d e plus 1. We are going just to write enter number 1, number 2, number 3. That's it. That's we did. and here we are going to register the number to memorize it in the array. So here we have to initialize our array. So we have here mark, for example, here let's explain another thing. Int mark of n. Here, why I declared the array here? Because I use the n. Here I want to declare an array of n element. I cannot write it here. I cannot write int mark of n here. Why? Because the n is free here. Okay, we declared it, but we didn't enter the value of n. So here mark of n will be empty, will be 0, because we don't know the value of n. But here, if I will take the n, the value of n, after I will do int mark of n. So if I will enter 5, the size of mark will be 5 here. Automatically the n will be taken from here. So here I will write in the mark of I. Now here, by using this for sorry, we entered all the elements of the array one by one. Now I have my array, I have the element of the array. What I have to do now, I have to look how to calculate the average. So here, instead of using 2 4, we can use just 1 4. Yeah, each time I enter a value, I will add it to the sum, to a variable that we will call sum mark of I. Or you can just use another 4 and calculate the sum and the average. Okay, it's the same, but here it's better. So we have here sum is equal to 0. We declared the value that we used here. Now what we will have, we will just calculate the average. So we have average, it's equal to sum multiplied by the size of the array, it will be n. So here let's come and declare the average as float. Now what do we have to do now? We will just print the value, printf, the average is %f average. So here, to resume again, we ask the user to give the size of the array. We enter the element of the array one by one from the user. Each time the user gives us a value, we will keep it in the array. After, each time the user will enter a value, we will add it to the sum. After the last thing, we will divide the sum by the number of the element in the array or the size of the array. And here we just print the average in the array. Let's execute together and see if we have some problem. So here, enter the size of the array. Let me use 3. The first element is 1, 1, and 1. So the average is 1. It's normal. Let me try another example. For example, 5. So we have 10, 25, 63, 2, and 3. So the average is 20. So I hope you understand the basic idea of the array and you understand this exercise. Please, if you have any question or any comment, leave us a comment here, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel to be notified for the next video. See you in the next video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video, we will learn the multidimensional array in C. So please, before starting this video, make sure that you watch the previous video talking about the array that you can find in this link here. So in C programming, you can create an array of arrays. These arrays are known as multidimensional array. For example, we have here, this is our array with the name of Mark. The type
of the elements inside the array is float, we have 3 and 4. So this 3 is the number of line and 4 the number of column in each line. So we have here our multidimensional array. We have here 3 lines and we have here 4 columns. We used to write an array with just one line. For example, here float mark of 3, and this 3 will be given to the column because we have just one line. But in the multidimensional array, we have an array with number of columns and number of lines. So we will see now how to use this multidimensional array, how to give element, how to access to the element in this array. You can declare a 3-dimensional 3D array. For example, here we will add another dimension for the third D. So we have here float mark 3, 4 and 5. So we have 3 dimensions, but we use 3-dimensional too much in programming. Generally we use the 2-dimension array. The initialization of multidimensional array is similar to the 2-dimension. So here we have the different way to initialize 2-dimensional array. We have here int c of 2 or 3, we have here the first line, comma, and the second line. So the lines in the initialization are separated with comma. The element inside the same line will be between the curly braces, and the element of each column will be separated by comma. So we have here, for example, this is the first line, this is the second line. Here in the first line we have 3 columns, so we have 1, 3, 0. The second way to initialize a 2-dimensional array here, for example, you cannot give the size of the row, but we have here 2 elements separated by comma, so automatically it will be 2 lines. Or you can just give all the elements separated by comma, and the compiler will understand what is the first line, what is the second line, how, by those numbers. For example, we have 2 lines. For the first line we have 3 elements, so it will count 1, 2, 3. This is the first line. 1, 2, 3. This is the second line. The 3-dimensional array also can be initialized in the same way. We have here test of 2, 3, 4. So we have 2 lines. This is the first line and this is the second line. Inside each line we have 3 elements. We have 1, 2, 3, and inside each element we have 4 columns. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's move to the to do an exercise together to understand better the idea of the multidimensional array. This exercise we will write a program to find the sum of 2 matrices of order 2, 2. So I prepared this exercise for you. So the first thing here, what do we have to do? We need 2 matrices or array. So we call it array or matrices. So here, this is our first matrices. This is the second. And the sum of 2 array must be registered in an array. That's why we need another array. Now, the first thing that we have to do, we have to give the elements of the first array and the second array. Now, we will just printf enter element of the first array. Now here, if we have a normal array with 1 dimension, to enter element or to printf the element or to display the element, we need just 1 4 because we have just 1 line. But here we have 2 dimensions, so we need 2 4. Each time the number of the dimension increase, the number of 4 will increase also. If we will get a 3-dimensional array, we will need 3 4. That's why here we use 2 4. Why? Here we will enter the element of the first line. We fixed the E to the first line, this I, in the first line. Now we need to move from column to column. So how we will move from column to column? By this 4. This 4, the first 4, is fixed for the line. Okay, we fixed it for the line 1, but now we have to move from column to column. So we will give the element of the A11, A12, A13. So we are keeping the same line, but we are moving from column to column. That's why we need 2 4. So we will enter the first element here, E, it's 0, the first one is 0, E1 and G1. we will do it by scanf. So scanf address of eng, so it will be registered in the first element. In the second, for here, this G will be 1. So same line but different column. When we will finish this column, we will be back to the move the line, so we will be in the second line. After finishing the first array, we will move to the second array, doing the same with the second array. Now we have two arrays with elements. What do we have to do now? We need to calculate the sum. Same thing, the first element plus the first element, the second element plus the second element, and will be registered in the first element of the result array. That's why we use 2, 4. And after, we need just to display the result of 2 array. So we have 2, 4 also, and we will just print the result of 1, 1, 1, 2, etc. Let's execute together. So we have here, please enter element of the array 1, 1, for example 1, the second 2. So here we have line 1, first column, line 1, second column. Now we move to the second column, second line, first column, 1 and 2. Let's give the same element for the second array, 1, 2, 1, 2. So the result will be 2, 4, 2, 4. So we are going to do A 1, 1 plus B 1, 1. It's 1 plus 1, 2. A 1, 2 plus B 1, 2. It's 2 plus 2. It's 4, etc. So the result is true. I hope you understand the main idea of the multidimensional array and for sure the array. Please leave us a comment and do not forget to subscribe to our channel to get notified for next video. Thank you so much and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video we will be learning about structure in C. So to introduce for you the structure, let's imagine together that we have a system of university system in which we have 1,000 students. So we have to register all information about those 1,000 students. So for each student we have to get the name, the surname, the ID, the student number, telephone, email and address. So how many variables do we need here to register all those student information? We need 7,000 variables, which is absolutely impossible to do. We cannot write a project or a program in C or in any other language with 700 variables. It's difficult even to manage like 17 or 100 variables. So it is really impossible to handle a program with 7,000 variables. This problem is solved by the structure. So what is structure? Structure is a collection of variables, can be with different type or same type, under a single name. What do you mean by that? So before you create structure variables, you need to define its data type, and to define struct, the syntax that we will use is the keyword struct. Let's see together. Here, this is the syntax of structure that we will use. We have the first thing that we have to write, struct, the keyword struct. After the structure name that we choose, here we have all the variables under this structure. For example, here we have struct person. This person is characterized by a name with type char, a city number, integer, and a salary with type float. So this is the struct. Under the struct, we have different variables. So this struct, for us now, it's a type. It's not a variable anymore. This is a type char, int is a type, float is a type. Also, person is a type for us. So struct is a type. Now, what do you mean exactly by that, and how we are going to use that to decrease the variables number? Let's see. Create a structure. As we said, the syntax to create structure, we use struct person, and we give here the different attributes under this struct. Now, inside the int main, we are going to create the variables person1 and person2 with type person. So this person 1 and person 2 will have the type person. So how we will do that? We came to the int main, we write struct, and after the type name, as we said, person is like integer and char. It's a type, it's not a variable, okay? So we have struct person, the type is person. Here we have two variables, person 1 and person 2. Each variable we have to give a type. The type of person 1 and person 2 is person, the struct person. If we write the type of person 1 and person 2 is person, so automatically inside the person 1 we have name, city number, salary. Inside the person 2 we have name, city number, salary. It's automatically. So the first thing, we create the struct, we create our type. After, we'll create variable that will take the type of the struct. There is two methods to create variable with struct type. The first method, you will come to int main. You create your struct person, you give the type, and you create your variables. For example, here, person 1 and person 2. Or you will come here, after writing the struct, you will write person 1 and person 2. It's the same, it's up to you, okay? Now, there is here how we will access, for example, to the name of the person 1 or the salary of the person 2. The first thing we have to write person 2 dot salary, because here we have two variables. Person 1 has salary, person 2 has salary with the same name. So to differentiate, to make the difference between the salary of person 1 and person 2, for example, we have to first call the person 1 and after dot salary, call the person 2 and do dot salary. It's the same, like for example, we have two students in the class with the same name, for example, Ali or something else, or Jean-Pierre or something else, but they have the same name but different surname. So the first thing, we will call them by using their surname and after the name. Okay, it's the same thing. Now, this is a general introduction of the structure. Let's see an example of this structure, how we create it and how we will use it in dev. Okay. So let's start the first example of structure. We create our file, list register. We have structure. And then, for example, let's write the structure, the basic structure of C. .h. Int main. So as we said, the first thing that we have to do is to create our structure. The structure must be created out of the main. So the keyword struct. After, we will give the name of the structure. So student, this is our new type, student. Inside, we will use three attributes. We have char, name, the maximum length of this name, for example, 50. Char, surname of 50. And we have note. Each student will be characterized by note. So we have here name, surname, note. Here we will come to the name. We will create a variable that will take the student type. So how we will do it? Struct student, for example, student 1, student 2. Here we create two variables, student 1 and student 2. The type of those two variables is student. As you know, each variable must take a type. In this case, the type of student 1 and student 2 is student. And what is student? Is a struct. Inside we have name, surname, note. So each student, each variable with type student will get those three attributes. So here, when I create student 1 must have name, surname, note. Student 2 will have name, surname, and note. Let's see our famous table of memory, and you will understand better what do we mean exactly with structure. So here we have our table. Okay, we have here type, name, values. Okay, we have here the type of number 1 is student. As we said, student is not a variable, it's a type, student. The name, student 1, the first variable is student 1, student 2. Here for the value, for each variable we have 3 another attributes. So we have name, surname, and we have note. Same thing for student 2, we have name, surname, and we have note. You see, now I create the type and I create the variable student 1 and student 2. If student 1 is with type student, automatically it will have on the memory name, surname, note. Student 2 also is with type student, automatically in the memory it has name, surname, and note. So here I create the output of this line is this table. We don't have yet the value of name, surname, and note of the student 1, and we don't have the value also of name, surname, note of the student 2. Another thing, why we have to call name and or surname or note by the variable name? Here we cannot write like that. Name is equal, for example, to Amani or whatever. No, I have to tell what is the student. For which student? It must be student. For example, 1 dot name. Why? Because those two variables, student 1 and student 2, they are sharing the same variable's name. Here we have name and here we have name. Here we have surname, same name here, surname. If I will write name, it's equal to Amani, the compiler will ask which name? Is it the first name of student 1 or for student 2? So I have to tell for which student, for example, student 2. Okay, that's why we have to verify, we have to tell for which variables, and after I would tell the attributes. So now here, until here, I hope you understand. Let's continue. Now we will give the information, this different information for student 1 and for student 2. We will add those informations. So let me write a comment. Student 1. We have here printf. Please give the name of the student 1. Scanf. Here we have, it's a char. We have a char of an array of char here, so that's why we are going to use %s, where we are going to write the first name here. This attribute, it's student1 dot name. So we are going to write in the address of student1 dot name. So it must be address student1 dot name. Now we will write the surname. Please give the surname of student 1. It will be written here in student 1 dot surname. So student 1 dot surname. Now we have the last thing, the note. Please give the note of student 1. So we have student 1 dot note. Now we have to enter the information of student 2. We will just copy this code. Student 2. Please give the name of student 2. Here, where we are going to write the name of student 2, we will come here to student 2 and we will call its name. So we have here student 2, the surname of student 2. We will write it in student 2 dot surname, and we have the note of student 2. We will write it in student 2 dot note. Okay. Now, after giving the different information of student 1 and student 2, we will display to see our result. Display student 1 information. So we have printf name %s surname %s average %d or note, note %d. Let me add /n. We have here student 1 dot name. You have the list automatically. Student 1, when I write student 1 dot, so I have to choose name, surname or not. I will choose surname. Student 1 dot note. Now we will display the information for the student 2. Information. Here we have student 2 dot name, student 2 dot surname, student 2 dot note. Let's execute and see if everything is okay for this code. We have here, please give the name of the first student. We have, for example, Amani, the surname Yusuf, the note, for example, 20. Now give the name of the student 2, Yusuf, for example, the student 2, Ahmed, the surname, 50. We have here name Amani, surname Yusuf, note, and we have name Yusuf, surname. We have here something wrong in the note. Let's see. Yes, the mistake that we did here, we wrote %s for the note. Note is an integer, so it must be %d. Sorry for this mistake. Yes, let's execute again. The note 20. Ali, we have 50. Now we get the result. No problem. Name Amani, surname Yusuf, note 20. Name Yusuf, surname Ali, note 50. So here, as you can see, we just use to write all the information of 2 students. We just use 2 variables, student 1 and student 2. If we don't have this structure, we have to write 6 variables. Yani name, surname, note for student 1, name 2, surname 2, note 2 for student 2. So we have to use at least 6 variables, but here we just use 2 variables. This is the main objective of structure, is to reduce the variables name used in a program. Now we will go to another example. The second example now, what if we want to enter the information of student or to create n student, like for example 20 students or 30 students? For sure, we are not going to enter the student information one by one. We are going to use something that we already learned, for and tables, okay? So the first thing here, let's create a new file and let's copy. We are going to do the same exercise, previous exercise, but for different student number, okay? Let's copy this. So we have here, we create the struct name, surname, and note. Now, the first thing, before asking the number before entering the structure. Here we have to ask how many students. We have to ask the user how many students are you going to work with. So printf, please enter the student number. Scanf, we have person D, and we have address of n. Okay, so here how many student number? It's n. It will be entered by user, so we have here to add int n. Now we will create a table. Now we need a table of structure. So student, for example, the name of my table is just s, and we have here of n. The structure must be created after asking for the number n, otherwise it will be free. Okay, so we have here structs s of n. For example, if you enter 2, it will be an array of 2. If you enter 10, it will be an array of 10, etc. Now we will use for, and we will enter all the details of the student one by one. So we have here for. You know very well that for, we use it for if we have repetitive action. Here what we are going to repeat, we are going to repeat the same action, which is enter the information of the different student. So we have for e is equal to 0, e less than n, e plus plus. Here we are using a new variable e, so here we have to add the declaration of e. Here we will take this code. So here we have printf, please give the name of the student. Please give the name. Student one, it's not student one, we are going to write it in a table, so it will be as, the name of the table is as, which student? It's e student dot name. Okay, here the surname, we are going to write where in our table, as which student? Student E, for example, the first one is student 0 dot surname. Please give the node student, it's s of e dot node. This action will be repeated until finishing all the students. Okay, now we will just use another for to write the information. Let me copy this, to write the information of the different student. Let's see here, the same code, we are just going to make some change. We have here printf name %s, surname %s, node %d, from where? From s of e dot name, s of e dot name, here s of e dot surname, and here we have s of e dot node. So the difference between the previous example and this one, it's like that. We have a table, for example, we have a table of name, we have, for example, 5. So it will be, this is our table. Here we have student 1, student 2, student 3, student 4, and we have student 5. For example, the n here, it will be 5. Enter the student number. Here I enter 5. Okay, so I have 5 students. Here for the student 1, I have name, surname, and node. Okay, same thing for the different. So that they have the same attribute name. We have here name, 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 and name. Same thing for surname, same thing for note. Now, when I will do 4, the first 4, it will come to E of 0. Please give the name. I will enter the name. Here it will be, for example, I entered Amani. Here I entered Yusuf. I entered, for example, 20. Okay. It will come again to the 4. The second 4, it's equal to 1. It will give also the same values until finishing until student 5. Okay. Now, if we want to read, we will come with the 4. We will come here to the first student. The first student, I will write the name. How am I going to write the name? I have to tell which student. So student of E, which is student 1, dot name. Student of E dot surname, student of E dot note. After finishing this one, the first column, I will go to the second, the third, until finishing. Okay? Now, let's execute our code and see if we have any problem. Let's compile. Yeah, here we have to close the main. Now, please enter the student number. For example, here 3. Give the name, Amani, surname, Yusuf, the note, 20. Give another name, Ahmed, Yusuf, 50. Another one, for example, Esra, Ahmed, 100. Here we have name, Amani, surname, Yusuf, note, 20. Name Ahmed, surname Yusuf, note 50. Name Esra, surname Ahmed, note 100. You see, I hope you understand this example. It's very easy. If you understand the main objective of structure, you know the array, how to use array, and the for, the logic of the for. It's simple to use it with the structure. Now, we will pass to a new exercise. The exercise is to, in a class, a student is known by his name, first name, registration number, and note. You are asked to write a program that does the following. Enter from keyboard 15 student information. For sure, when we will try, in the end of the exercise, we will try by 3, not 50. Calculation of the total sum of the grade of the whole class. Here we have, for each student, we have a note. So, we will calculate the sum of the grade of the whole class, the average of the class, the number of grade above the class average, and display on the screen the information of each student. Okay? Now, the first thing that we have to do, we have to create our structure, enter the information of the different student, show the information of the different student, calculate the sum of the grade of the whole class, calculate the average, and after, calculate the number of the student above the average. Let's try this example together. The first thing, we will create our file. We said that each student is characterized by name, surname, registration, and note. So we can take it from this also, this example. We will just add, we will just add the registration number. So we have name, surname, we have the note, and we will add int registration. Now, we are going also to ask for the student number, and will create, please enter the student number. We are not going to work with 15. It's not simple to test with 15. We are just going to work with 3, because if a code is true for 3 students, it can be true for, it's certainly true for 100 students, okay? So we have our array of students. The first thing here, we will enter the information. Enter student information. Same thing, we can take it from this example. We will just add the registration. Enter the registration number. We have here of a dot registration. Okay. Now let's display those information. Let's display those information by using for. It's the same example. Name, surname, person D, note, and we have registration, person D, dot registration. Let's execute just this code to see if we have a mistake or not. We are just going to here we have another parenthesis that we have to delete. Here we are just going to write some please enter the number. Okay, let's execute. Please enter the student number. Let's try just with 2. We are just going to write some letter to be fast. 2, for example, D, 2, 4. Okay, A, 1, 2, D, 2, 4. Okay. So now we don't have mistake. It's okay. Now, what they ask us here, calculation. Now we enter the information, we display it. Now what do we have to do? We have to calculate the sum of the grade of the whole class. Now here we have to calculate the sum of this note. Okay, so what we have to do, we will have to create another 4 and calculate the sum of the different note of for each student. Instead of that, we can just create here a new variable that we will call sum. Here int sum is equal to 0, and each time that I will enter the note here in for student, it will be added to the sum. So plus equal s of e dot note. Okay, inside the 4. So for the first 4, when the student is equal to 0, it will enter the name, the surname, the note, the registration. After finishing, it will add the entered note to the sum. This one, it's like to write sum is equal to sum plus S of E dot node plus. Okay, it's the same thing. We already see that in the previous video. Now we have the sum. What do we have to do? What do we have to do here now? What we have to calculate the average of the class. Okay, what is the average of the class? The average of the class is the sum of node divided by the number of students. What is our number of students? It's n. So here we need another variable, average is equal to sum divided by n. Here, after finishing, we can print, if you want, printf the sum of student node is %d, and we have sum. After calculating the sum, we can also print the average. For sure, the sum, printing the sum must be out of the full. Okay? Sorry. The average of class is %d average. Here, what do we have to add? We have to declare this new variable here. So we have average can be equal to 0 also. Now there is something that we have to finish. The number of grade above the class average. Okay, we will calculate how many students above the average of the class. So here we need another 4. After calculating the average, we need to use 4 to go to the table and see what is the value above the average. So 4. Why we are using 4? Because we have to check student by student. E less than n, E plus plus. We have here if. We have to use if for sure. We have here in this table different nodes for 10, for example here 20, 100 and 80. We have to come to this node, student 1, and see if this node is greater than the average or not. After we will come to the student and check after the third until finish. So we have here if S of E dot node is bigger than average, this average, what do we have to do? Yeah, we have to create a variable in which we will calculate the number of the student above this average. So we have here, for example, x plus plus. Here we have also int x is equal to 0. This is the variable, or the counter. It's a counter of student number above the average. Now, if we will find S of E dot node bigger than average, we will increment x plus plus. Okay, that's it. Yeah, we can add a parenthesis. We close the for. We close our program. Now, here we will print the x, printf the number of students above the average is %d x. Or we can also write the name and the surname of the student above the average. It's information that we can add also. Printf here, if the student S of E is above the average, so let's write his name. Let's say %S yani the name surname is above the average. /n, we have here S of E dot name and S of E dot surname. Let's delete those space. I think we have a missing parenthesis. Let's see. Let's try to execute this program. We have a mistake here. Average, it's sum multiplied by n. Yes, the average here, it's a big, with a big A. Here we used an average with a big A, so the declaration, it must be the same. S of E, we didn't close here. So in C compiler, it gives us indications about the mistake. So we can correct those mistakes. So simple. So here, how many students? Let's say 3. Let's give the name Amani Yusuf. The note, it's 10. Registration number, it's 100. The second one, for example, Pierre, Jack, and we have the note, for example, 100, 101. The third one, we have Ahmed, the surname, Paul, the note, 90, registration number. Here, what do we have? Name, Amani, surname, Yusuf, note, registration, it's okay, we have 3. The sum of the student note is 200. Let's verify. We have 10, 100, 90, yes, it's 200. Here we missed /n to go to a new line. The average of the class is 66. We have here Pierre Jack is above the average. Yes, it's true. Ahmed Paul also is above the average. The number of students above the average is 2. It's true, so no problem of this code. Just we have to add some /n to get new lines here and here. Okay, I hope you understand the structure, and see you in the next video. Please don't forget to subscribe to get notified for the next video.
Hello guys, welcome back to this series on C programming. In this video we will learn something very important in C, which is pointer. So what is pointer? A pointer is a variable that stores the memory address of another variable as its value. So pointers are special variables that are used to store addresses rather than values. So if you have, for example, a variable var in your program, address of var will give you its address in the memory of your computer. So here there is a very important question: why do we use pointers in programming? So it's very easy. They save space and they can increase the speed during iterative code. So if you want to save your space, if you want to increase the speed of your program, it's better to use pointer. Now, we have used address numerous times while using the scanf function. For example, here we use scanf %d address of var. So we used to use the address. So here we are memorizing our address in the address of var. For example, here, if you want to write the value of var, we have here int var equal to 5. Printf var, we will get the value inside the var, which is 5. But here, if we want to know the address of var, we have to write printf. The address is %p or person D, also it's the same address of var. So it will give us the address of this value in your memory. This address is different for sure in every computer because it will give us the address of the variable. The syntax of pointer, it's very simple also. We have here int, after we have asterisk, and we have p. If we have this asterisk, that means it's a pointer. It's not a normal variable. We can write it also like that. Int, we can leave a space, and we have asterisk related to p or p1. Or we can leave here space, another space, and after the name of the variable. So the space are not important. The most important thing, if we have asterisk, the computer or the compiler will understand that it's a pointer, not a variable. We can also declare a pointer and a variable in the same line, but separated with comma. For example, here we have int asterisk p1. This p1, it's a pointer. And here p2, it's a normal variable because there is no asterisk behind the p2. So here p1, it's a pointer. p2, it's a normal variable with the same type, which is int. How to assign a variable or an address to a pointer? We have here, we declare int asterisk pc and c. So we have here the pointer pc and we have the c. We are giving the c equal to 5 here, and after we have pc is equal to the address of c. So here the value of c will be 5 and the value of pc will be the address of c. As we said, the most important thing that you have to keep in your mind, we are storing an address of another variable inside the pointer. So here pc will get the address of c. When we declare it here int asterisk pc, pc it's a pointer, but it's not pointed yet to a variable. So we have to give the address of a variable to this pointer. Until here the pointer is free, there is nothing inside, but here we are saying pc is equal to the address of c. So now here after this line, inside the pc we have an address, which is the address of c. Now let's pass to an example to understand better how to use this pointer with code in C. In this example, we will learn how to work with pointers in C. So the first thing here, let's declare a variable and a pointer. So we have here int asterisk pc, this is our pointer, and we have a variable c. Here until here, the pointer pc, it's free, there is nothing inside, and the value also of c. Now let's give a value to c. So c will take the value of 5. Now printf, let's print and see what is the address and the value inside the c. So we have printf address of c is %d, and we have /n, and we write address of c. So we will see the address of the variable c inside the memory of our computer. So after now, let's see the value of c. So here, let's copy this sentences. We have value of c is c. Let's execute this code and see what is the result. So as you can see here, the address of c, this is the address of our variable in my computer, in my memory. And here with the value of c, it's 5. For you, you will have a different address. But the most important thing, it's not a value, it must be an address. Now, let's work with the pointer here. Until now, the pointer, it's not pointed to a variable. So we have to give this pointer an address of variable. So let's give pc, it will take the address of c. Now, let's see how to get the value and what is the value of those variables. So here, printf address of pc is %d. We will see what is the address of pc. pc, it's also a variable with type pointer, so it must be memorized in our computer memory with an address.
So we will see what is the address of this PC after the value of PC. So it will be how to get the value of PC. We will just write PC. So we will see what do we have inside this PC, and we have here the value pointed by PC. So PC, it's pointed to a value, to another variable. The value inside this variable, we can get it by asterisk PC. So let's see the output together. We have here the first line here. We already talked about that. We have the address of C. This is the address of C, and this is the value of C. Now we will see the address in the memory of the PC. So the address of PC, this is the address, is different from the C address. Each variable has an address in the memory. Now the value of PC. What is the value of PC? It's the address of C. And here also we have the address of C. So the output of this line and the output of this line must be the same. As you can see here, we have address of C, this value, and the value of PC, this value. Why? Because the PC will take the address of C. Now, PC is pointed to a variable which is C. Let's see what is the value inside the C. How to see that? We will write asterisk PC. So it's 5. So if you want to see the value inside the C, you can write like that. Value of C is %C, or the value of C is asterisk PC, because PC is pointed to C. So it's the same. Now let's change the value, for example, of C. C is equal to 11. Let's copy also this code. And let's see if something will change. So we have here the last 3 lines. We have address of PC. It's the same. It doesn't change because we didn't change the address of PC. PC is still in the same place. The value of PC also, it's the same because we didn't change the address of C, but we just changed the value inside the C, which is 11. It was 5, now it's 11, so asterisk PC will change also to 11. Let me also write this one, this line. You will see it must be the same. The last 2 lines must be the same. So as you can see here, how to get the value inside the C, we will write asterisk PC, printf asterisk PC, or C, because it's the same. Asterisk PC will give us the value of the variable pointed by the pointer. Now, if those variables are the same, so if I change the value of C like that, I can change it also in this way. Asterisk PC. If C and asterisk PC, they are the same, so I can write asterisk PC, for example, is equal to 22. Let's see what changed. So we have here the last 4 lines. Address same, address of PC also same. The value pointed by C, it's 22, and the value of C is 22. So if you want to change the value inside the variable, you can write C is equal to 22 or asterisk of PC is equal to 22. Why? Because we have this very important code, PC is equal to asterisk to address of C. This is the main idea of the pointer. Now we will pass to see how to work with array and pointers. Here, for example, we will use an array of 5 elements of 5, and it's equal to, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is our array, and we will decorate our pointer, for example, PTR. This is the name of my pointer. Now I will assign my pointer to the address of the 3rd element of my array. So you can assign the pointer to wherever you want, yeah, to the 1st element, the 2nd element, the last element. So how to do that? PTR, it's equal to the address of x of 2.
as you know, that the element in the array starts from 0. That's why the third element will be x of 2. This is x of 0, x of 1, and x of 2. So this pointer will be pointed to this element. Now we will see how to get the value of the third element by using pointer. So we have printf, for example, asterisk ptr is equal to %. Let's use also /n, and we have here asterisk ptr. How to get the value of the third element? The pointer is pointed to the third element, so asterisk of ptr will give us the element here, the third element of our array. Let me execute. So ptr is equal to 3. It's like to say the value of the third element, x of 2, is 3. As you can see here, we get the value 3. Now, if I want to get the element, the third here, the fourth element, so asterisk of ptr plus 1. So here I have to add parentheses because the pointer will be pointed to the element 4. So we have here ptr plus 1. If I want, for example, to get the second element, here we have -1, and here -1. It's always according to the pointer. The pointer is pointed here. If I want to get this element, it's pointer -1. If I want to get this element, it's pointer +1. Let me execute and let's see. As you can see here, ptr plus 1, it's 4. The value here, it's 4. And ptr -1, it's 2. So, as you can see here, you can use pointer in array, in function, in multidimensional array. You can use pointer wherever you want. So I hope you understand the basic idea of pointer. Thank you so much for listening and for watching this video. If you have any question, please leave us a comment, or if you like our video, leave us a like. Thank you so much.